Says we're now streaming live.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on. It's showing up as private for me. Andy, has it happened before?
What, that it's showing as a private?
Yeah. Oh, it works now. I'm sorry. It works.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else before we go on the record? Okay, Alan, let's go on the record. Good morning. This is day 7 of the evidentiary hearings in dockets EFSB 22-03, D.P.U docket 22-21. We are scheduled to hear the testimony today from the MIT witnesses. However, we are going to take a brief interlude and resume with some clarifying questions for the company's witnesses. I would remind them that they have already been sworn, and I appreciate the company's indulgence. Smitha?
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me clear. Thank you. Now, before I begin with questions that I have for the MIT team, I'd like to spend some time clarifying minimum offset requirements along the Grand Junction corridor with the company. Now, this is a follow-up on conversations or discussions we had during this hearing on day 5, and mostly references exhibit EFSB -RS 22 parenthesis 2. This particular exhibit is the MBTA's Directorate of Railroad Operations. Can the company confirm if that is the case?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, this time, I would appreciate if anyone on the company's team could share the diagram on page 93 of 132 of the same document.
Ms. Divakar, are you looking for the company's panel to bring up that document, that page of that document on the screen at this time?
Yeah, or else if it helps, let me just pull it out. Let me pull it out, yeah. Are you able to see this figure?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so this is a figure which is basically provided on page, I think it is 90, the one I mentioned, 93 of 132 of the exhibit that I referenced before. Now, with based of this figure, I have some questions for the company. The first is I'm trying to confirm the minimum depths from the top of rail track to top of casing of the transmission lines, if any. Okay, so I'm going to speak to my understanding of what the minimum depth should be, and I want the company to correct me if I'm wrong on it. Now, from the top of the rail track to the top of the casing, if any, and if we are considering a case wherein the transmission line passes beneath the rail tracks. The minimum offset requirement, or basically the minimum depth in terms of the clearance required, is 6.5 feet.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in a case wherein the pipe is aligned longitudinally along the rail track, the minimum requirement is 4 feet depth requirement.
Do you mean if it's running parallel to the tracks?
Yes.
I don't know, Mr. Abdullah, if you can confirm that depth. I would have to review in the director to confirm if that's correct.
So if it helps you, this has reference to clause 6.09A at page 74.
And in terms of your question, Smitha, are you looking at the notation that appears on the left-hand side of this particular diagram?
No, I would
Where it
just
says 4
use,
feet?
so that's something that I marked because I have a question in that regard, but it just helps to, ask my question better if this reference diagram is in here. This diagram is a requirement in terms of how an applicant needs to, submit their proposal. So I just referenced it because the company, I'm sure, is aware of this diagram and the requirement. Yeah.
Yes, so what it looks like is the 4 feet from bottom of ditches to top of casing.
So in this diagram, the bottom of the ditch would be here.
Mhm.
Is that the 4 feet?
That's a good question. And then where it says, like, unless otherwise specified, the only reason I'm pausing to answer is because the specification would be in context to how, like, what the encroachment is in paralleling the track.
Mm-hmm.
So we would need to incorporate that required offset.
So what I read of it is these measurements are from the, top of the track, top of the rail track. Am I wrong?
No, right. I understand that. The only where it says otherwise specified, I'm just thinking about, like, as a practical matter, you're going to disrupt soil in order to, like, install infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to stabilize the soil, if you encroach on the buffer, like as previously stated, you would install sheeting.
Right.
So I hesitate to say if you're adjacent, butt up against the track, that the requirement is to parallel the track. The minimum is 4 feet.
I get
So
it.
we
But
would,
if I interpret the requirement as per the MBTA directorate, am I right? Just the how the company would interpret what is written in the MBTA directorate. I understand encroachment can affect what depths you might think are best, but
Well, the what I struggle with is the vague language, like at the end where it says unless otherwise specified herein.
Mm-hmm.
That like introduces more context that, like as stated, the process would be here's a design based on the abutting utilities understanding of the directorate's guidance, and that would start our negotiation. And then based on the spirit of this guideline, the rail owner would give us feedback to that
Right.
design. So
I'm sorry, would give us feedback what?
to that design
Thank you.
that we submit. So that's, but as far as your interpretation of the depth from the ditch, if your understanding is the ditch is like in the diagram you show,
Mm-hmm.
the where it says see paragraph 6.05,
Mm-hmm.
pages 28 and 29.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that the language that you're saying is your interpretation of where the ditch is.
That's not my
at six-
interpretation. That's not my interpretation. My interpretation is, if you see this line here, okay, from the top of the rail track
Right,
to the upper surface of the casing is my interpretation of the depth.
right. But when you talk about the ditch, where it says the bottom of ditches to top of casing.
So I don't think, so that's the clarification I'm seeking. So Mr. Abdullah, I understand that this is a guidance document, and when it comes to final approvals, you will have, you'll have to talk to the rail company, MBTA has to approve. There is further process to this, but I'm just trying to interpret the guidance requirement as is given there. So my understanding is the 6.5 that they mention is from the top of the rail track to the upper surface of any casing that will be required. I'm not interpreting this because this is not mentioned in there.
Okay. So the 6.5, that's also my understanding as well. That's been the direction from conversations with the T. That's also been the like in discussion, we had developed a schematic showing our interpretation of the directorate that kind of was a part of our conversation with the rail owner. And we did reference the 6.5 foot down from top of rail. So yes, I agree with that.
Right. And the second question was, if, as you see here, there is, this being the transmission line conduit, okay, and the outer layer being the casing, right? If the lines were to be drawn, this is in section, so if the lines were to be drawn parallel to the track, right, from the upper surface of the casing to the upper surface of the tracks, they do mention that there is a minimum requirement of 4 feet. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the clarification I was seeking. Thank you.
So, Ms. Divakar, could I just clarify that the notations that appear on the left-hand side of the page you have up on the screen that says 4 feet, and then the notation towards the right-hand side that says 6.5, the question mark, are those your own notations versus what appears in the original document?
Yeah, those are my notes.
That's fine. I just wanted to be clear for the purposes of the record.
No, I appreciate it. I understand. Thank you. Yeah. So my
Can I
question.
add one thing? Apologies, just to clarify.
Sure.
Per the directorate, it actually notes that 4 feet is from the top of the pipe to surface or the ground, not to the top of the rail. So the top of the rail dimension is only for a casing pipe or a carrier pipe crossing directly underneath the rail lines.
Right.
For a longitudinal crossing, it's looking for that offset from surface.
So the surface would be here. Is this
I
the
imagine
surface?
it's the surface above wherever that casing pipe is.
So here,
Correct.
Yes.
right, got it. Okay. So now I'll try and understand what is meant by the sheet piling, or the, provisions you have to make for stabilizing earth around the rail corridors. So my understanding is beyond the railroad property line, which is shown by this line here, right, is where the sheet piling would happen.
The sheet piling is required, as outlined on page 102 of 132 of this attachment, at a 5.5, starting 5.5 feet off the center line of the adjacent track, and then on a 2-to-1 slope. You can kind of see the 2-to-1 slope captured at the bottom right of the image you show up. What it means is 2 feet, for every 2 feet horizontal and 1 foot down, that's, part of that zone of influence. So it's a 5.5 foot offset from the center line of the closest track. And then depending on the depth of what you're installing will dictate how far away. So every 2-to-1 feet away from that 5.5 feet is a zone of influence requiring the sheet piling. So for example, if you had a typical duct bank installation at 6 feet deep to the bottom of the trench, you would take, for a 2-to-1 offset, that would be at 6 feet deep. You'd be looking at a 12-foot offset added to that 5.5 feet that's noted by the MBTA.
Okay.
So the sheeting would be required for 17.5 feet off the center line of the closest track. And as the depth either increases or decreases, that offset will also increase and decrease.
Great. Thank you. That's very clarifying. Now, just in terms of what the profile of a sheet pile would look like, somewhere in that document, there is a mention of an H profile. So I'm trying to understand. So if there is a, sheet. There's some echo. Am I clear now?
Yeah, I think you're echoing, Smitha.
If we could ask Mr. Green to turn off his.
Andy, could you mute your mic, please?
I muted him.
Thank you, Wayne.
Okay. I think it's better now, right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yep. So so what I'm trying to understand is if there is some kind of a sheet piling requirement, it would happen on one side of the track, and there would be another sheet that, in order to keep the soil away and intact, there would be another sheet pile on the other side of the track, and there would be a brace that connects these two sheets. That's my understanding. Is that right?
So again, you're looking for the definition of an H-pile installation.
So the first question would be, when you say sheet piling may be required for an alignment of this sort, does it look like an H in profile wherein there are two sheets by the sides of the same track, and there is some raising to keep the sheets in the distance of separation that they are meant to be?
The general idea of the H piles is the support for the sheeting that's installed. So it's kind of, you put your H piles in, and then you put your sheet piles in between the H's. If you look at them like a column.
Okay.
If you look at it in that way.
Right. So, and that the width of the H, or width of the, let's say the flanges of the H, basically cover the track. I mean, it's greater than the track, and then there are the sheet piles just inside the flanges on towards the track, right?
If I'm understanding correctly, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Eck.
But I mean, just for clarifications, the sheeting And the piles, they would be all outside of where the tracks are located. Everything would be to the side of the tracks. There wouldn't be anything installed under the tracks.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
So now there is a requirement of 15 feet that was referenced during our discussion on day 5. I just want to know that if, for example, the depth requires that you construct the sheet piles, okay, at an offset of 12 feet or say 13 feet, which one would you still go in for the minimum distance, offset distance of 15 feet, or would you still be able to construct at 12 feet?
Again, any encroachment on the 15-foot would require a scheduled outage of the track line. They won't be able to operate the track line for any construction that we have, either personnel or equipment within the 15 feet. We do have flaggers there that would need to be scheduled in order to ensure that. And certainly the schedule of the construction would need to be coordinated directly with the flaggers, who would then coordinate with the rail line operators to ensure the safety of everybody. But if construction did occur at like a 12-foot mark to install the sheeting at that location, then as mentioned, there would have to be a shutdown of the track and coordination with the tractors to employ the other mitigation measures that they have within the directorate.
And
So
just to add to that, apologies. I just wanted to add to that, the 15-foot offset and the sheeting requirement are kind of two different things. The 15-foot offset is requested by the MBTA as kind of outlined to basically try to protect their infrastructure. The sheeting requirement is also protective, but it kind of gets at, settlement, and other concerns by the MBTA. The 15-foot offset is to, ensure not only protection of their infrastructure, but as Mr. Eck is noting, safety requirements are met and other issues. So there are actually two separate requirements. The sheeting requirement, as noted, is very dependent on how deep you're installing, which is also dependent on the congestion in the area. If we need to go underneath existing infrastructure, et cetera, that offset could be much further out than the 15-foot requirement that the MBTA is looking for to eliminate any risks or concerns they have as far as the future and current operation of their rail line.
Okay, let me ask you this way. So this is a guidance document, right? And it says on, as you referred to earlier, in pages 34 to 36 of that 132-page document, there is reference to this 15 feet as a requirement, but there are instances wherein the MBTA could approve shorter offsets. Will I be wrong?
That's correct. It would need to be coordinated and approved on a case-by-case basis with the MBTA.
Okay, thank you. Those are the clarifying questions I had for the company. If no one else in the among my colleagues has questions in this regard, I could move on to my questions for MIT.
Does anyone have any follow-up?
No.
Okay, in that case, we appreciate the companies making their witnesses available to respond to Ms. Divakar's questions. Of course, before we begin with the MIT witnesses, they would need to be sworn, and Mr. DeTore would need to begin his direct for those witnesses.
If it's appropriate, the MIT would call Andrew Boyd and Carol Dennison and ask that they be sworn in.
Thank you. Could you raise your hand so it's visible within your video screen? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Dottori?
Thank you. Mr. Boyd, I'll start with you. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address.
My name is Andrew Boyd. I'm a senior project manager with WSP Engineering Company. Our address is at 100 Summer Street in Boston, Mass.
And would you please briefly describe your role in this proceeding?
On behalf of MIT, we've evaluated the potential impacts and risks to MIT associated with certain of the Eversource's proposed transmission line routes, at least the segments that run through the MIT campus. We've assessed options for mitigating the impacts and risks that we've identified. And we've also identified potential alternative routes to avoid those risks or minimize those risks and impacts.
Have you sponsored testimony and or responses to information requests in this proceeding?
Yes, I sponsored the joint direct testimony of Andrew Boyd and Carol Dennison, and the joint rebuttal from Andrew Boyd and Carol Dennison as filed, along with the responses to information requests that bear my name.
And was the joint direct testimony, the joint rebuttal testimony, and various responses to information requests that bear your name prepared either by you or under your supervision and control?
The joint direct testimony, the joint rebuttal testimony, and the responses for information requests that bear my name, excuse me, were prepared by myself and Carol Dennison or under our supervision.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to any of these materials that you provided thus far in the proceeding?
No, I do not.
And do you therefore adopt them under oath here this morning?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Turning to Ms. Dennison, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address.
My name is Carol Dennison. I'm a senior director and practice lead for the water business line at WSP. My business address is 100 Summer Street, Boston, Massachusetts.
And generally speaking, has your role in this proceeding been the same as described by Mr. Boyd?
Yes, it has.
And did you also sponsor joint direct testimony of Andrew Boyd and Carol Dennison, joint rebuttal testimony of Andrew Boyd and Carol Dennison, and certain information requests that bear your name along with Mr. Boyd?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And were all those materials prepared either by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, under Andy's supervision and mine as well, yes.
Okay. And do you have any changes at this time to any of these materials?
No, I do not.
And you therefore adopt them under oath here this morning?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you, Presiding Officer Shockey. The panel is available for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Dottori. Ms. Devakar, I believe you have the lead in terms of questions from the bench.
Thank you, Ms. Shockey. So the first question has reference to the discussion we had this morning, just before the witnesses testified. I just wanted to ask MIT, with reference to Exhibit EFSB-RS-22, parenthesis 2, does MIT agree with the company's interpretation of MBTA offset requirements?
Yes, we do, to their guidance, I guess is the right way of saying it, yes.
And is and the MBTA directorate that MIT has referenced, is it the 2014 version or another version of it?
I believe it's a 2014 version.
Thank you. Moving on to my next question. It is my reading from MIT's testimony that MIT's consultants adopted the route scoring methodology used by the company for scoring the proposed segment changes. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, is it safe to assume that MIT approves of the company's route selection methodology, or was it adopted for any other reason?
We actually questioned ourselves on that, but we believe the methodology that was used is a reasonable approach in a quarter study, which is really what we, in our minds, what we looked at this as. It seemed to be a very reasonable approach.
Thank you. Now, when and how did MIT determine that changes to the company's preferred route alignments along the Vassar and Ames streets were necessary?
As I said in my answers to Mr. Dettori, we were brought on board by MIT initially to evaluate the routes that Eversource had proposed to go through the campus, determine whether there were minor changes in alignment and or treatment of those routes to see if we could minimize the potential risks to the MIT infrastructure that is located along those routes. I have to say we were unable to develop mitigation methods that would adequately reduce those potential risks. So we recommended to MIT that they evaluate potential alternative routes that might have less risk to the MIT facilities that were of concern.
Do you recall around what time these discussions happened and this proposal went to MIT for consideration?
I am going to turn to Carol. She's much better at remembering dates than I am. Thank you.
I appreciate the question, but I would have to verify the exact timeline. It was in I think it was late 22 or early 23, but I would like to confirm that for you.
Are there any other witnesses on the MIT panel that could answer this question? Is there anyone that can answer this question better?
We could take it as a record request. I'm not.
Yes.
Yeah, we really know the panel. Yeah, we'll do that.
The panel only consists of Mr. Boyd and Ms. Dennison.
Okay. Yeah.
So we could do a record request, and then they would have the opportunity to consult their notes if you would like more precision in terms of that response. So if you could just repeat your question for the record, and we'll give it a record request number.
Right. The request is to trace the process by which MIT determined that changes to the company's preferred route alignments along Vassar and Ames streets were necessary. It would help to know at what time these decisions were made or these proposals began to be considered, and the nature of discussions WSP has had with MIT in this regard at that point.
Presiding Officer Shaki, to the extent the questions are about sort of the substance of the analysis, obviously these witnesses can respond to that. to the extent they're about timelines and discussions with MIT, that we would have to respond to in the record request.
Thank you, Mr. Torre. So to the extent that the record request asks for timelines and specific dates, Ms. Divakar's request would be record request EFSB-29. And to the extent that the company at MIT can elaborate on her questions regarding the nature of the discussions WSP has had with MIT, please feel free to respond to that on the record today. If not, then please provide that information as part of the record request response.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. If I may continue. Now, moving on to the next question. At any point of the segment alignment selection process, be it, the Wadsworth Street segment or the Grand Junction North to Albany segment, has MIT approached the company requesting any data or for information regarding the company's route selection criteria and methodology?
We submitted data requests to the company. And John, based on in our information requests that we prepared, specific details, Carol?
We responded in September for the first round of questions. Prior to that, there was some additional information, I believe, that was requested as well. But this process happened when we were allowed to with this intervener process.
So, Ms. Dennison, if I could clarify, my question is if WSP or MIT or any other, agency at MIT has reached out to the company Eversource for data or any information regarding the route selection criteria or methodology.
You would need to confirm with MIT if there's been any reach out outside or not when WSP was involved.
So is that another record request in that case?
Not quite sure at this moment how to handle that, Mrs. Divakar, because the witnesses can only provide testimony on their own understanding.
And Presiding Officer Shaki, and I mean, Eversource just a week or so ago provided updates to the discovery responses that has copious details about discussions with MIT. So there's plenty of information on the record concerning discussions that MIT, as opposed to WSP, has had with Eversource.
So, Ms. Devakar, are you trying to clarify whether, for example, WSP participated in, for example, the discussions we had raised in Friday's hearing?
So, so let me tell you this. So what I'm trying to get at is I just want to know how consistent the route selection methodology followed by WSP has been with the route selection methodology followed by the company. So I could one of the ways that I could go about this is I have seen this the submissions that Mr. Dettori referenced right now. I could just go over it and take this up during the cleanup sessions later. Is that a way to go about this?
Obviously, you do whatever you want, but I mean, there were a series of questions. I don't have in front, I can find the references in which the staff asked specifically how WSP conducted the route selection process, and they asked specifically compare them to how Eversource did it. So if I can find that reference, I mean, that I think seems to be directly responsive to your inquiry.
That would help. Thank you for offering. Yeah. Now, moving on to the next question. Please describe the data sources, both primary and secondary, MIT used to determine MIT's preferred route segments along the Grand Junction corridor and the Wadsworth Street.
Excuse me, can you clarify that? Are you looking for how we did our scoring of those routes, or how we actually thought them up? I mean, that we actually selected them as potential alternatives.
So what I'm trying to understand is, what is the nature of data that has informed the analysis? So in order to get to that, I know there is publicly available data, right?
Yes.
And then there is data that you would collect on a project to get into the specifics of the design.
Yes.
So my question is, could you elaborate on these data sources? What are the primary data sources that you refer to for your for evolving your design? Most importantly, the primary data sources.
I apologize for interjecting, but it seems like EFS, we refer to response to information request EFSB-MIT-9. Seems like it asks exactly that question, and is a very detailed response to that.
At this point, I'd just like to refer to the reference that Mr. Dettori made.
You want us to put it up?
That would be of great help. Yeah, please.
Okay. Give us a minute. We're not as expert as that, and as Keegan Welland is. It's EFSB-MIT-9.
Mr. Wong, does a particular person need to be given screen sharing privileges in order to do it?
They should have, all panelists should have screen sharing privileges.
Okay, thank you.
I have it in front of me if that would help.
Yeah, that would.
Thank you, Mr. Wong.
It's not letting us in for some reason.
Can everyone see this? I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more. Is this Mr. Dottori, is this the record information request you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any particular, I'll just keep scrolling and.
Well, it goes through very systematically every aspect of the methodology that WSP used and talks about the data sources and everything. I think it's responsive to Mr. Vikar's questions.
Mr. Vikar, have you had the chance to review this?
No, I haven't reviewed this. I guess this has come in the last week or so. Am I right on this? October 6th?
October 6th, yeah.
Okay. No, I haven't had the chance to review it, but I would maybe just do search on data and just skim through the document.
Okay.
Why don't we take a brief break?
Okay.
And you can review the response, and perhaps that will help us to better target questions to MIT's witnesses.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you.
So why don't we take, it's a little early, but our mid-morning break now and come back at 10 after 11?
Thank you.
Off the record? Back on the record. Ms. Divakar? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'll continue from where I left off. We were discussing data sources that have informed WSP's, design proposals regarding the segments along Wadsworth and the Grand Junction corridor. Thanks for referring me to the exhibit MIT 9. I'll just base off my questions on the from that exhibit. Okay, I'll just go to EFSB MIT 9. Now, if WSP can go to page 4 of 5, PDF page 4 of 5 of that exhibit, which talks about the technical or constructability criteria. Please let me know when you're there.
I got that. Thank you.
Did I hear someone say that you're there?
I've got that, yes.
Thank you. So now this is with regard to what has been submitted under existing utility density. Now, there's a lot of reference now for the identified segments of Eversource routes B29F, B2A, and P13. WSP utilized data provided by Eversource. Now, what is the nature of this data that Eversource provided WSP?
They filed in their testimony charts that showed the number of utilities that were being crossed by each of their alignments. I believe they summarized that in 100 or 500 foot increments.
Mm-hmm.
So we use their numbers for the density along their lines.
Okay, maybe I'll take off from that point you made. So during these hearings, okay, I have learned from the company's testimonies that there were various stages to data collection, especially with regard to utility density. I understood that the initial surveys, which they call the flat perspective surveys, basically tried to understand what is the concentration of utilities along any street segment. After which they did get into detailed surveys, what they call level D surveys, which is basically about understanding the vertical profiles, of utility distribution.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've got that right. So my question is, at what level did information sharing in terms of data sharing happen between Eversource and WSP with regard to, let's say, point in question being utility densities now?
Eversource shared with MIT their I forget exactly the level of design they represented, but plan and profile for their prospective routes for all 3 of the routes that they were proposing through the MIT campus. So that showed in plan and profile their interpretation of what the existing utility systems are in the roadways that they were proposing to use for their routes.
So when you say proposing to use for their routes, these are the preferred and alternative routes that the company is interested in, right?
The preferred routes were received, not the alternatives.
Okay. So the preferred routes the company has along the preferred route segments the company has along the preferred routes B29F West, B2A East, and P13 go along or pass along Vassar and Ames streets.
Correct.
Right. So the the detailed survey that you mentioned right now was, I mean, the information was with regard to Vassar and Ames that you received, right?
That's correct.
So do we have, or does WSP have information to that level on the Wadsworth segment or even along the Grand Junction corridor?
We utilized GIS documentation that we got from the city of Cambridge and MIT. They each have their own GIS documentation, as well as detailed survey for spot locations where MIT was able to produce documentation showing existing utilities that would be for construction of other projects that were done along those corridors, so that we could use those to validate the GIS documentation that we got from the city and MIT. Carol, you want to expand on that?
Thank you, Andy. What you had indicated is correct. So we utilized GIS from MIT and Cambridge. We used survey documentation that was given to us by MIT.
Thank you. Now, to move further along this line, now so you mentioned two sources. You did mention GIS data information coming from Cambridge and MIT, and also survey information that came from MIT, right?
Correct.
Right, thank you. So did any of this data that came to you allow you to get a good understanding of what the vertical profile looks like in terms of different infrastructures, utility lines being distributed vertically beneath the road surfaces?
Excuse me. It varied. I mean, where we only had the GIS documentation, we would use standard cover, water 5 feet plus below grade, that kind of thing. A lot of the GIS information has invert information for gravity systems, so we were able to utilize that. And then we were able to use the same, but probably higher quality documentation from the survey plans that we obtained. And I should add that we actually got fairly detailed plans from MWRA for the Albany Street section of our proposed route. And I mentioned that previously, but we get documentation from them of the existing utilities in that portion of Albany Street.
So, Mr. Boyd, just for my understanding, so in segments, I heard you say that in segments, you depended on only GIS data, but in segments, you had data that came from both surveys that MIT or even information that the MWRA had to share with you,
Correct.
Along with the GIS information, right?
That's correct. We use the detailed documentation to validate what was shown on the GIS documentation.
Right. So now there are two segments that I'm particularly interested in. The Wadsworth segment, the proposed Wadsworth segment.
Yes.
and the Grand Junction north to Albany segment,
Yes.
right? So is there any, portion of these segments for which you worked off just the GIS data? Or do you, let's start with that.
I'll turn to Carol to answer that. Yeah, Carol.
No, thank you, Andy. A majority of the routes that we were looking at were covered by survey, so the gaps in between were very limited. So we didn't have to only rely on GIS for long segments. We were able to get survey based on the different projects that MIT had done that allowed us to understand how to compare that to the GIS.
Okay, that's useful. Can you talk to the nature of the survey data that you got?
The survey data that we received was focused in on existing condition survey or utility survey.
If I may interject, the existing utility survey, does it capture how the utilities are distributed vertically, that is in depth, the vertical profile, where the utilities are in terms of depth beneath the road surfaces?
The survey did contain, as Andy had indicated, horizontal and vertical information for your gravity systems. They did contain some information for other utilities, but then we used the GIS to also fill in the gaps. So we did get a fair understanding of the vertical of the infrastructure that we were looking at in order to see if an alternative would work.
So when you mean gravity systems, which are the systems that you have information regarding?
Sewer and drain to begin with. And then we also had vertical information on water, telecom, and electric. And also MIT has extensive information for chilled water, hot water, their MIT utilities as well.
So let me reiterate what I understand from what you said. From the data you received, the GIS data as well as the survey data you received, you were able to clearly understand how the gravity systems were distributed vertically, in depth beneath the road surfaces. This being the sewer, water systems, the telecommunication systems. This also included the electric systems. You have information with regard to what the vertical profile looks like for both these segments.
We have coverage that allowed us to connect information that we had between the surveys that we had. There are some areas where we were able to interpret what our experience is working in the city for 30 years, where some of the utility systems were located vertically. So at this point in time, we had sufficient information to understand the horizontal and vertical of the utility systems that we were encountering.
Ms. Dennison, did it also include information on steam lines that might be involved, whether it's MIT steam lines or steam lines owned by other entities?
Yes, steam lines and information was provided as part of the MIT GIS and also the survey.
Thank you.
Presiding Officer Shockey, I apologize for interjecting, but all of these survey documents have been provided as part of the record in response to information request COM-MIT-3.
Thank you for providing that reference.
Please give me a minute. I'm just trying to get to the reference.
I should note some were provided under the confidential record as well, presiding officer Shockey.
Thank you.
So at this point, let me ask you this. Did WSP think that they had a complete picture of what the vertical profile looked like beneath the street, which is basically Wadsworth, beneath the Grand Junction corridor, in terms of the different utilities, the spacings between the utilities, or the distances of separation between these utilities, the depth at which these utilities were laid? Did WSP have enough, complete information to have a clear picture of this kind of utility distribution beneath the surfaces?
I would say that we had enough in our engineering judgment, as Carol said, been working in the city streets for years to understand what the conditions were in those streets, at least to a level to allow us determine that we felt comfortable that there would be a path to allow us to construct the transmission line infrastructure that is being proposed in those streets, both the duct bank lines and locations for the manhole structures that would be needed in order to support the transmission line operations and installation.
Now, I'll move on. I'll get back to this aspect when I discuss specific, portions of the alignments that MIT has proposed. Maybe that will be easier.
Okay.
Now, I'd like to know, now there is in the company's testimony during the hearings, the company mentioned that it developed base level information after corroborating publicly available data with utility maps and property maps that were shared by MIT. So can WSP talk to this? That's the first question. Did this kind of data sharing happen?
We were not present when that documentation was shared, but there is on the record requests for or in the meeting minutes that Eversource has given us copies of where they have asked for information from MIT. And I believe MIT has provided that documentation whenever the company had asked for it.
Thank you. Now, just to flush out these points, I think it is best that I move on to a discussion of the MIT preferred Grand Junction North to Albany segment.
Okay.
If you could refer to EFSB-20 RS-22 parenthesis 1.
Could you repeat
Sure,
the number?
sure.
Yes.
EFSB
Yep.
RS-22 parenthesis 1.
That's the Eversource. Excuse me a second.
Please let me know when you're there.
I think Carol is probably there at this point.
I do need a few minutes. I'm able to find not the RS, so I'm going to request if somebody could come in and help find that for me on our end.
Would it help if I shared the screen?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank
I
you.
think it's being shared at the moment, I believe.
Yeah, if that
Yeah,
could be.
I'm familiar with that.
So
But
if we,
But
I-
Ms. Divakar, I believe the sharing that you're doing on the screen, the response is partially obscured.
this one here, so this I think was shared earlier. So whoever shared this needs to stop sharing this so that I can share, I guess. Or let me see if I can just. Yeah, there's another participant sharing. So if that could stop, then I could just share the screen.
Or if whoever is sharing could minimize their other screen that's partially obscuring the response.
Ms. Divakar, you should be able to share now. You should be able to override.
Thank you. I am. Yeah. Are you able to see this here? Yeah.
So, Ms. Divakar, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Now, this is the exhibit that I was referencing, EFSB-RS-22 parenthesis 1. Okay, now I'd like to move segment across a few points on this alignment. Now, let's talk about what the company has mentioned here along this segment here. Okay.
Yep.
Now there is an alignment. Now this that is shown in yellow or orange is the MIT's preferred alignment, right?
If you can scroll
In
down.
concept, yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
In concept, yes, that's correct.
So this involves, running the transmission lines along the red line, right? Crossing the red line, right? And then moving into Albany Street, correct?
That's correct. The thought is to actually stay on the south side of the red line and do the crossing of the red line at Vassar Street, and then along the southern portion of the red line tunnel to Albany, and then turning down Albany.
Right. So the question is, now on this portion, okay, on this portion,
Yeah.
where the transmission lines are proposed to move longitudinal or along the red line, and
Yes.
also for this portion where the proposed transmission lines will cross the red line. Okay, does WSP have enough knowledge of utility densities and their configurations? Can you talk to the data sources that have informed you?
Certainly. And I'll ask Carol to expand on it, but we have the company's documentation at the intersection of Vassar and Main Street.
Mm-hmm.
We have information that's on documentation for the community path in the center portion of that block, close to where the Grand Junction line is. And
is this the place you're mentioning?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Carol, I would turn to you to explain the rest of that.
In addition to those two pieces of information, we also have survey of Main Street itself, based on survey provided by MIT. And we also have that on Albany approaching Main Street.
So you have information at this point?
Yes.
Can you talk, yeah. Can you elaborate on what is the nature of information you have?
We have survey information.
What is the survey information you have?
It's survey of survey of the existing conditions, the surface, as well as survey of the existing utilities in that area.
So when you say survey of the existing utilities, can I interpret that you have information of utilities, all utilities, and the space that they take up along the land abutting the red line, below the red line?
We have utility information provided on survey in the Main Street corridor between Albany Street and Vassar Street.
Between Albany Street and Vassar Street. So basically this segment here?
Yes.
Has WSP in any of the information requests submitted all of this information that they have worked with for this segment?
Yes, that was previously provided.
Can you provide me the reference?
That would be the same reference that was previously spoken of all of the survey and information that was requested by the company or by the board. So I think it's I think that's 22.
Can you double check and let me know what the reference is?
Mm-hmm.
I think I just said it was MIT COM-3.
Which has both a confidential and a non-confidential response.
Yes, presiding officer Shockey.
Ms. Devakar, I'm gonna unshare your screen if that's okay.
Okay.
Just so we don't accidentally share confidential.
Confidential.
Yeah.
Thank you. So for all of this that's been marked, the electric duct banks, the steam line duct banks, you're mentioning that you have depth information, right, around the red line. How
we have information that was provided us in the survey. You've used the word complete a couple of times. It's, I think, just to note that we only have what is documented on the survey. And so we can't say complete information or all. That's, I think, anybody designing a system would have to consider. But we do have information that helps us understand the vertical of the gravity systems, the water systems, and the duct bank systems.
So let me ask you this question. If WSP were to design the trenchless crossing, for the Grand Junction, where the alignment crosses the Grand Junction Railroad, would you have enough information to design this trenchless crossing in terms of placing the exit pits, entry points, in terms of how you would, to what depths you would excavate, in terms of, how you would, what kind of utility relocations may need to happen, etc.? Would you have that kind of know-how of these areas? Would you be in a place to design it?
Yeah, I think that, the detailed design for that kind of an installation is actually left to the contractor in the field, depending on what exact methodology they're going to be using. But we have enough information to prepare and estimate the utilities that would need to be would be impacted by the excavation. We would likely, in that the contract documentation, require that the contractor do pre-excavation to confirm that information so that we know exactly where stuff is, and that they report back to the designer any discrepancies that they would find in the field. As Carol insinuated, I don't know that we've ever dug a hole in the city of Boston or Cambridge where everything shows up exactly as it's supposed to be according to the documentation that we've been able to put together. I think the company has done a number of test pits at critical locations along their alignment to validate the survey, the existing utility documentation that they've collected. We would probably want to do the same thing here before we were positive that we knew exactly which utilities were going to be impacted.
Okay. So for this, thank you. So for this particular segment, can WSP talk to the potential risks that it might have to overcome or the challenges that it might have to overcome to design this trenchless crossing? Or to route, for this crossing, wherein you'll have to go underneath the red line subway.
Under the red line.
I'm sorry, underneath the red line what?
Subway.
Subway.
Oh, thank you.
Subway. So are you talking about going under the red line or the Grand Junction or both?
I'm interested in both. Let's begin with the red line subway first.
Yeah, we have the information that Eversource has provided, which shows locations where access pits could be created to be able to do the trenchless crossing underneath the red line. The concerns there, I mean, there's a very wide in footprint telecommunications duct bank that is located in that area. That would have to be you would have to go under to get to the location where they show the crossing. So that presents a challenge, not anywhere near as challenging as some of the conditions that we see in front of the central utility plant, but that's there. There's a gas main, there's a water main that run parallel to the red line that potentially would need to be temporarily diverted to create a pathway. Those are the ones that come to mind. Carol, I don't know if there's anything.
No, thank you, Andy. So as you make your way from Albany down Main Street, we would have to accommodate a Grand Junction corridor. We'd have to go underneath the Grand Junction corridor. So you're taking the bend down Albany, you're going on to Main Street, and then you will come upon the Grand Junction corridor. As like the Vassar Street alternative, there's a Grand Junction corridor, Jack and Boar near Waverly Street. We would need to do one here on Main Street, where we would have to be accommodating the MBTA standards to do that. Adjacent to the, in parallel with the railroad tracks, is a steam line. So the Jack and Boar pits would be between the red line tunnel and the sidewalk. They would then position the duct bank beneath the rail, beneath the steam, And as you made your way towards Vassar Street, there would be a large jack and bore operation that would need to go under the tunnel. That would be, we assume, similar that Eversource, the company, would need to go through, because they also are going underneath the Red Line Tunnel at Vassar Street. So the crossing is challenging in both conditions. So we would use a trenchless method to go underneath the Red Line Tunnel, which is what we assume Eversource would need to do as well, as they come across their route because of the depth of the tunnel at that location. So there would be 1 or 2 utilities within that corridor that would need to be relocated or temporarily supported, depending on the position of the duck bank, to allow the path from Albany down to Vassar Street. So where the 2 locations, the Grand Junction and Vassar Street, are challenging as they are with the Vassar Street preferred alternative that Eversource is offering.
So in terms of depth, now if I understand that it is, I mean, it is something that the Eversource's recommendation or preferred alignment would also have to do, but where Albany turns into Main Street, right? Where Albany turns into Main Street and crosses the red line, what is WSP's estimate of the depth at which the crossing will have to be made?
At that point, we've been thinking that rather than crossing the red line there, excuse me, that we would turn and run along the southern side of the red line down to Vassar Street, and then do the crossing underneath the red line at Vassar Street itself, similar to what the company has proposed. There is a potential alternative of crossing at Albany to the north side of the red line and then running down the red line, the north side of the red line, that might at some point be determined to be advantageous. But we actually looked at running on the south side of the red line at this point.
So, Mr. Boyd, let me ask you this. Has this that you propose right now, running the transmission lines along the south side of the red line and
Correct.
then cutting across at the point that Eversource has also recommended, has this change been, has EFSB been informed of this preference of yours? Because as per the drawings here, right, the one that I was referencing, it still shows that the transmission lines would run north of the red line after crossing the red line along the Albany Street alignment. So now that you mentioned that you are more disposed to considering that the transmission lines run from Albany along the south of the red line and cross the red line at Vassar, has this change been notified, or does EFSB in any of the information requests or testimonies been told of your preference for this routing?
I don't think of it as being a new alternative. We had originally, the routing that we had shown, I believe, was very conceptually at a very high level, showed it turning at Albany and running down to Vassar and then turning to run up Galileo. It could have been interpreted as running the way you're describing it, but I don't believe that has ever been our intent. Carol, can you tell me if I'm wrong?
No, you are correct. So anything that we've shown the EFSB or is in the documentation has indicated the alignment is Albany down the south side of Main Street and crossing at Vassar.
Can you pull up a reference or a reference that shows this alignment and share it on the screen?
This would be, see, check. Just give me a moment, please.
No problem. Take your time.
I am looking at joint testimony by Carol Dennison and Andy Boyd. There were figures that were included indicating our routing. I think I may need some assistance just to make sure I'm able to, or if my lawyers are able to pull that up onto the screen.
Yeah, please do. It will be
Yeah.
a lot of, it will aid this discussion a lot more better. Yeah.
Ms. Dennison, could you point to a particular attachment you're referring to in the joint testimony? Oh,
There were documents that included, I don't have a reference number, unfortunately, on this figure that I'm looking at. There we go.
Lauren has
Lauren
shown
has
it.
pulled it up, yeah. That is the one I'm currently looking at the moment.
thank you. So for the transcript, Attorney Liss has pulled up exhibit MIT-WSP-6.
Yes.
And it shows the image is described as Vassar Street Alternative Eversource Route B29F.
Thank you, Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Wong.
Lauren, if you can scan in closer to the main street, that probably would be helpful.
No, yeah. Yeah. This shows that in this particular document, the dashed line in purple is the preferred route segment, right? MIT's
correct.
preferred route segment, right?
That's correct.
So I see that according to this map that we have on this exhibit, the preferred route segment follows along the south side of the main street and crosses the main street along Vassar, right?
That was the intent, yes.
Yes. So now let me pull up another figure, that exhibit that the company shared with us, and I want you to confirm if there is an error there, okay?
Will do.
Do you see this map here?
Yes.
So this is the one that I was referring to earlier. This is EFSB-RS-22 parenthesis 1. Now, if I zoom in here, the line.
I see what you mean. Yes, it's being shown on the north side of the red line.
Mm-hmm.
That was not our intent.
Right. So would you say that this is an error in representation on this map?
Yeah, is that our map or is that the
No, this is a
company's
map that the company provided us. So the question is, I just want WSP to mention if there is an error and point out to the error on this map, on this segment.
They're showing the alignment on the north side of the red line between Albany Street and Vassar Street. And our intent would be that it won't run along the southern side of the red line and then cross under the red line at Vassar Street over to Galileo.
Thank you very much for confirming. So I'll stop sharing now. Now, the question is, referring to MIT's information request response at COM MIT -24 parenthesis 1. Please let me know if when you get there.
Could you state it one more time?
Sure. It's COM MIT -24 parenthesis 1.
Sorry, there's too much paper here. Thank you.
I understand. There's so much that's come in, and especially in the last 2 weeks, it's really hard to keep tabs.
MIT dash, which number was it? Okay. It's on the
COM.
screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this what is being represented on the screen?
That's the easiest way to do
So
it.
this is one of the pages, correct? So I
Correct.
think this is a 7-page document, right? Yeah, this is the one.
That's
Yeah.
correct. It is.
So now I'm more interested in the segment between Massachusetts Avenue and where the Pacific Street crosses the Grand Junction corridor. So I want WSP to maintain the references to the segments as was submitted to EFSB. I know you have kind of marked out segments and provided us design details on each of these segments. So just keeping to the same segment identifications, can you walk us through the alignment that you propose between the Massachusetts Avenue and where the Pacific Street crosses the Grand Junction corridor? I think it is over at least 3 of these exhibits, but please take your time. And let's begin with the point at which the line enters from Mass Avenue into the Grand Junction. Yeah. If you could zoom in for us to get details of the offsets, basically.
There are two alternatives shown on here. One was along what we call Grand Junction North,
Right.
and the other Grand Junction South. The preferred alternative is along the Grand Junction North.
Right.
Where there is significantly more room in which to put the proposed facility. We're proposing to turn to come down Mass Ave. There's a corridor that appears to be fairly open on the north side, the right side of Mass Ave as shown on this plan, and then swing across underneath the utilities within Mass Ave itself,
Mm-hmm.
and into the Grand Junction corridor. And Carol, if I get some of this wrong, please correct me. And then we would run parallel to the Grand Junction mainline track, which is the one that's hatched in the darker color on this plan. This plan shows both the existing mainline track and the future planned second mainline track that people have been talking about putting in place along the Grand Junction. From here south, it actually exists today. From about where it says the arrow points for the Grand Junction south, right about in there. From there south, there's actually two tracks. So for this segment, we would have to treat this as an active rail corridor, because what the MBTA has told us is that they can stop all service on their mainline track and divert it to the second siding track that they have from here to the south. But in this location, we actually fall within the influence lines that the company has talked about, the 5.5 feet off the center line of track to the, to the loading location, and then the 2-to-1 slope for loading. So as they've identified, for a portion of this, we would have to do, they've been calling it steel sheeting, and I believe that's what the guidelines talk to, but I would call it an engineered supportive excavation, where we would have to, or the contractor would have to submit their design to the MBTA to show that they are designing to the MBTA loading requirements. So we would run parallel to the existing MIT utilities that are in the located in the same location. They were installed in a similar manner several years ago, but there's hot water, cold chilled water systems that run there.
Can I interject, please? So
absolutely.
Can you zoom in? Let's talk about the segment that in which the existing track 1 is active and the other one doesn't exist. Just that segment there.
Oh, you can see you can.
So if you can,
there's a very short segment where they both come together as they approach Mass Ave. So there's only a single track to where it says PRC 91.87, somewhere in there, there's a turnout.
Okay.
From the mainline track to the siding track.
Okay, let's stay at this segment before the double tracks start. Let's stay in this single track segment. Now, the closest track is the single track. Now, from that, now for the MIT proposed north to Albany route, which is the red line above, right?
Yep. Yes.
Can you?
I'm sorry, which is the red line? What?
Above.
Elbow?
Above.
Yeah. Sorry.
Towards the top of the plan that's being shown.
So can you just run me through the offsets that have been provided for this segment? You can zoom
again,
in.
This has been schematically laid out, not in detail.
What does that mean?
We haven't done the calculations that I guess that would be required to determine the best location in that section. I know that several times the company has mentioned the problems with coming in close to the track, but in my experience, WSP's experience, we quite often are coordinating with the MBTA to come in actually within inches of their ties to create vertical supports for excavations. We just did it last year at the Back Bay Station, adjacent to the Worcester Framingham line. So anywhere in here we can establish a line of excavation pretty much to the north of that existing track. It would require coordination with the MBTA relative to time of day when construction activities could occur.
Mr. Boyd, if I may interject.
Sure.
I appreciate the explanation you're giving me, but specifically, so we are more efficient about this. Can you zoom in to the section to the label which says PC plus 46.58?
Andy, I can provide some more details if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay. So I think what you're asking is from the existing track, the existing utilities that you see there that are MIT owned is about 15 to 16 feet off the existing track. So
my question is different. I'm sorry that I should have asked you better. So what I'm trying to understand is, now there is a proposed route on this map, right? There are two proposed routes that are shown on this map, one of which pertains to the alignment that MIT has chosen for the North to Albany route, right?
That is correct, which is the one that is now being shown is north of the track.
Right.
Grand Junction north to Albany is the MIT preferred route.
Right. Now, just at this point where it says PC plus 46.58 on the map, right? Can you explain the clearances between, I'm interested in two horizontal clearances. One, from the center line of the active track to the dotted line, to the nearest, from the center line of the active track to the center line of the alignment for transmission line that has been proposed, right? And from the center line of the active track to the nearest property line.
So in response to your first question, there is 15 feet between the existing track and the nearest existing utility. So the MIT line has been positioned in the, right now it's maybe 7 or 8 feet off. But where Andy was going is that there's 15 feet available to place a transmission line between the existing track and the existing utilities. So it could be placed exactly 7.5 feet to allow installation of supportive excavation on either side. So there's a 15-foot available corridor. No utilities exist at that place. There are concrete blocks that exist that can be removed, but the transmission line can be placed within that 15 feet. Then placement of that within that 15 feet, we would need steel sheeting for this length that is being represented on the screen.
What is the length? Can you show it to me on the screen? I don't understand.
So when we leave Mass Ave and we head west down the Grand Junction corridor, there is a series of utilities on the north of the red line. That red line is intended to be positioned between those existing utilities and the existing spur track for a distance of 875 feet along the corridor. There's a 15-foot available corridor to put the transmission in.
Are you saying So I heard you say that in that 15 feet clearance, right, that you're mentioning, that you mention as available, there are no other utilities that will need to be relocated.
That is correct. The nearest utility is 15 feet
Right.
from the existing track.
Okay.
And that's for a distance of 875 feet.
Mm-hmm.
As you continue down the corridor west, the utilities that are present for 875 feet start to, the number of utilities starts to reduce. So as you get closer to Pacific Street, this is where you can see the transition. So the moment you're able to get further away from the track, which is about 875 feet, you can then position the transmission line even further away from the tracks to be outside of the.
Ms. Dennison, can you show me what the 800 figure you're mentioning is? Can you, on the map, can you show me what this 800 plus figure that you mentioned is? Is it the segment length?
It's a portion of the segment. So there's 4,075 linear feet that the transmission would reside within the Grand Junction corridor.
Mm-hmm.
These plans were to represent the positioning of that transmission line.
Mm-hmm.
For the first 875 feet, which it's noted in the text.
Right. So these segments have been divided at 875 feet.
There's three segments to clarify. There's an 875-foot length.
Right.
That is closest to the track because of the utility density adjacent to it. There's another 800 linear feet as you approach Pacific Street, where the utility density is less, and this is the transition point here. That's about the 875-foot mark, where the transmission main turns and goes further away from the track. That goes for another 800 linear feet. And then you get to
can you pause at this point?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would need two figures side by side to be able to get the full view, because this is chopped up into 7 drawings.
I know. So this is a good segment to talk about. I mean, let's just dive into this particular segment. And if you could zoom into the place at which, you know, I think it's Pacific coming into the Grand Junction here. So if you could zoom into that place wherein the transmission line alignment widens, you know, there is that segment at which it.
So in this particular location, that red line that represents, at this particular point, that's around the 875-foot mark from Mass Ave, where the transition main then proceeds to be more than 20 feet away from the existing track.
So are you saying from an estimate of the scale of this drawing, right?
Yes.
Now you pointed to that incline wherein the transmission line alignment moves into a segment where the offset or the clearance is around 20 feet, right? And you mentioned that there is a clearance of 15 feet from the active closest rail line to the red segment before it, right? I mean, so is that's 15 feet, and you're saying that after that broadening happens, it's 20 feet?
It's more than 20 feet away from the existing track.
Okay, let's just get to this point wherein it broadens, okay, wherein that inclination happens. Can you just zoom into that, to that point? Just let me understand what exactly is the offset from the center line of the active, nearest active rail line to the red line. What is that? And
Carol, can I
Sure.
jump in for a second? At this point, based on what we've talked to the MBTA about, their active track would be the more southerly track. They've said that they can operate solely on the southern track during the construction of this transmission line.
Mr. Boyd, Mr. Boyd, just a minute.
Yep.
For now, I understand that the southerly track is not complete, right? It doesn't connect right now, right?
It does. It
Does it?
does. It joins with the main line at Mass Ave, and it joins back in south of or west of Waverly Street.
So in this
So
drawing, I did.
in this segment, both of
If
these tracks are active today.
Okay, let me just so I get this right. In one of the segments, that is basically the segments, the first 800 plus segment, wherein there is marked a proposed alignment, right?
Yep. Yes.
The southerly track does not exist there. Am I right?
It does not exist for about half of that length, and then
Okay.
it becomes available.
Okay, I get it. Now, you say that the MBTA has said that you could base off your calculations from the southerly track, which is at this point discontinuous to Mass Ave.
I'm sorry, which is at this point discontinuous?
Yes.
It's not. It joins with the northerly track as it approaches Mass Ave.
Where is
So
it? Where is that point at which it joins?
if you go back to the Mass Ave plan,
Yes, yeah.
right there. If you see where it says existing track alignment,
Yeah, yeah.
right underneath that, if you see there's a gray line that is shown.
I see it. I see it.
That's actually the center line of the southerly track as it's going north to join with the other track.
Okay, okay. That
Right.
clarifies.
So
Thank you.
from that point to the west, there are actually two tracks available to the MBTA today. They're already in place today.
So that begs two questions. So one is, you've mentioned that MBTA has allowed consideration of the southerly line as the active line. Does
Correct.
that mean that the northerly line won't be used?
They're saying that they would be able to operate solely off the southern track for a period of time. They've not committed to any specific amount of time, but they only use this track to transfer trains from their operations south of the Charles River over to Somerville. So they only operate here, they told us, I believe, from 9 at night until 3 in the morning. But they would be able to operate on just the southerly track during the construction of this facility. They would still require the presence of a flagman to make sure that the contractor wasn't contaminating the track that they wanted to use that evening. But we would not have to design for active train loading.
Okay, Mr. Boyd, maybe it's just my understanding. There are a lot of vague pieces to this. So if I may, please indulge. Please indulge me.
I'm sorry, could you both try not to talk over each other? I know you're anxious to get the answer out and the question out, but it makes it really hard for the stenographer and to keep the transcript clean. But I appreciate your enthusiasm, both of you.
Understand. Thank you.
Yeah, I will. So what I'm trying to understand is, after a period of time, if I heard you right, after a period of time, MBTA would decide to maintain the southerly rail line as active, and the northerly rail line would no longer be active, because the kind of traffic that this rail line has to support can be sufficiently taken by the southerly line. Is that a correct reading?
That is correct.
The second question will be, now for what amount of time is that arrangement going to hold?
we did not, I have to say that we did not have talk about specific timing. They utilize the 2 tracks during special operations for construction when they may need to leave equipment stored on one of these tracks. They didn't commit to any specific time frame, I guess is the best way of putting it.
Right.
They do have flexibility because of the new trackage that was installed in the old Alston rail yard. So they felt that they had enough flexibility that they would not have to use the second track for a significant period of time. No definite time was stated.
Are you done?
I am done.
Okay. So my next question would be, now, all of the MBTA, requirements as per the MBTA directorate that we referenced earlier this morning is to maintain safe operations of these lines, right? So even after the construction period of these lines, right, the placement of the transmission lines needs to, follow the requirements that the MBTA places in terms of offsets. Now, what I hear you say is these offset requirements would be met if the southerly line is made active and the northerly is cancelled off or is no longer in operation. But this is for a particular segment in time. This is for a short duration of time. There may come we may come to a place where the northerly line will still have to be used. Right?
That's correct.
And at that point, when the northerly line has to be used, if just by going by, the minimum offset requirements being met from the southerly line, does WSP have any, observation to make as to how safe it would be for the northerly line to operate at a later point in time with the transmission lines already constructed, going by your understanding now?
My understanding is that the company would require the ability to access their manholes in case they had to do any maintenance on these lines. And the key would be to locate the manholes in locations which would fall outside of the clearance requirements that the MBTA has. Our feeling is that we will be able to do it, because if you look at this plan, you'll see a darker line. We actually used a plan that's being proposed by the city of Cambridge for their community path. That dark black line that runs parallel to the northerly track is a fence line that they're proposing. So our expectation is that any manholes required along this segment would be constructed north of that fence line, and therefore within a safe haven outside of the operating area of the rail.
This is at a place wherein the northerly will be put in use later, right? At that point in time is what you're saying, even if the manhole.
Yes.
Now talking of, since you've mentioned manholes, I understand that along the Vassar Street, as per Eversource's, proposal, there are requirements for, placing splice walls.
Yes.
Right. So what is WSP's assessment of the requirement for splice walls along the Grand Junction North to Albany segment?
What we've done is assume that we would have to find locations for manholes approximately at the same distance along our segments as they've shown on their Vassar Street alignment.
Okay.
They have manholes on Vassar Street about where Pacific Street would cross the Grand Junction line, which is in the area where we're further away from the track. So we're comfortable that manholes can be, locations for manholes can be made available there. And then they have another set of manholes in Vassar Street between Mass Ave and Main Street. And similarly, there's a location on Albany Street, similar distance from the manholes on the Grand Junction as theirs are from along Vassar, where we believe that you can get manholes installed in Albany Street.
Yeah. So what I hear you say is, in terms of positioning the splice walls or the manholes, WSP thinks that it will just adhere to the spacing, the Eversource, Eversource recommendations have followed, or the preferred routes have followed, right?
That's correct.
So now that brings us to the point of placing splice walls along the Grand Junction corridor. Now, in a case, let's discuss two cases. In a case where the northerly line is active, which is the current case, does the company, can WSP point us to the positions at which these splice walls will have to be installed? And at those points, does WSP, believe that there is enough of offset distance or clearance to accommodate the splice wall?
Yeah, as I said, I think it's in the area where as Carol explained it, where the transmission line is able to shift further away from the rail line to the north. If the vault is required south of Pacific Street or west of Pacific Street, there are really no utilities at all in the corridor, and it can be located adjacent to the property line, which would put those vaults, Carol, I think 25 plus feet away from the northerly track, if I remember correctly.
So it's a clarification where Andy was going. So manhole splice can be placed west or east of Pacific Street because the utility corridor is less dense at that point. And we are more than 20 feet away from the existing rail track. As a point of clarification, some of the utilities that are represented on this drawing have been confirmed by MIT that do not exist at this point. It had been noted on this figure, and also want to clarify here that some of the utilities that are adjacent, or I should say between the red line and the property line, do not exist. There is a telephone and electric line that resides adjacent to the property line. But what that means is there's more flexibility to place the large manhole, the splice manholes, either east or west of Pacific Street. So this would be the approximate location that you would put either manholes to the left or to the right of Pacific Street. The reason why we're looking at this location is because of the because the utility density does drop off. As a point of clarification, we did indicate that we are looking at putting manholes approximately the same place that the company has put it on Vassar Street. And the reason why we're indicating there may be flexibility in the Grand Junction is the Grand Junction line or option allows for a continuous depth of the transmission line. There isn't a need, as represented on Eversource's plan profile, to make the vertical changes that they show. And when you reduce the vertical changes, you reduce the need for additional structures to allow the splicing to take place. So the Grand Junction offers some flexibility to the company to position the manhole on either side of Pacific Street, because the duct bank itself will be at a constant depth for most of the route. I would say at least for the first 2,400 linear feet, that it will remain at this, can remain at the same depth. As you get closer to Mass Ave, you will need to accommodate Mass Ave, so the depth will be deeper at that point. But for the first 2,400 linear feet, the duct bank can be placed at a constant height or constant depth of cover. That was one of the reasons why the Grand Junction became a good option, because there isn't a need to accommodate the amount of utility density that is being experienced within Vassar Street. So there's room on either side of Pacific Street to put the splice manholes. They've been positioned on this map on the multimodal path, which is north of that black line Andy was indicating, which is the wall that will be established for the multimodal path. So they can be placed on either side of Pacific Street.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Dennison. So just to confirm, so it is at this point that you that you identify manholes would be placed. There is no and towards the Mass Avenue, there are a couple of manholes that would be placed there as well, right?
There on the Eversource Vassar line, there are two sets of manholes. Both are on either side of Mass Ave. We are indicating that we would have two sets of manholes could also be installed in the Grand Junction. One could be placed, one set could be placed on either side of Pacific Street.
Right.
The second set would be placed on Albany Street.
Okay.
They do, their manholes are set up in pairs.
Right. So all set up in Albany before the bend happens to Mass Ave.
Correct. There's a lot less utility density between Portland, intersection of Albany, and Main Street.
Okay, got it.
I have just 1 second, please. Sorry, just a minute. Thank you, Dogar. Ms. Dogar.
Yeah. Now, if I could take your attention to the bends, okay, that I alluded to, where the alignment moves from Albany to Mass Ave and then to the Grand Junction corridor. Yes, thank you. Now, I'm curious as to how WSP determined the radii, the bending radii at points where the transmission line moves from Albany to Mass Ave, and to the point at which the transmission line moves from Mass Ave to the Grand Junction corridor?
The the radius going from, we're showing a fairly tight radius going from Albany Street to Mass Ave. Our feeling is that that radius could probably be significantly greater radius in the final design. You can see where the curb line at that corner of Albany and Mass Ave is shown on this plan. That sidewalk is entirely within the city of Cambridge's right of way. So that transmission line could, if it's coordinated with the construction for the multi-use path, which is proposing to rebuild that corner, could be significantly tighter and potentially even underneath the sidewalk as it cuts that corner. We've shown it at, I believe, Carol, it was a 60-foot radius there. Do you recall exactly what it was?
Yep.
I believe we showed it at a 60-foot radius, which is above the minimum that the company has said that they would use. But we think we could get it to be in the final design, they would be able to attain something closer to a 100-foot radius there. And then similarly turning and running from Mass Ave into the Grand Junction corridor. We've selected that corridor along the west side of Mass Ave because there appears to be a gap between existing utilities where that transmission line could be put in place. I don't want to say easily, but relatively easily along that alignment, and then turning at, again, using a 100-foot radius to turn into the Grand Junction alignment. As Carol said, we would need to be fairly deep to get underneath the utilities that are running along Mass Ave itself. But we would then be able to rise up as we came into the Grand Junction to run at the MBTA has requested that the alignment be at about 6 feet below existing grade for the entire length of the Grand Junction, in anticipation of their need to run in new signal cable that they feel they may need in the future for safe operation of the Grand Junction. That's where that depth that the company talked about, where the MBTA was asking for 6 feet of cover over the top of the transmission line. So we feel that these turns can be relatively smooth. They can be, as Carol said, basically at one elevation rather than having to drop down steeply to go under the utilities and then back up again, that they can just come under the utilities, rise up, and then continue on at that prescribed depth that the MBTA has asked for.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. I just so I understand better, if you could, what is the radius that we are talking of? From where is the center point, and what is, when you say radius of 60 feet, what is the measure? Can you show it to me on the map, or at least for the bend from Albany to Mass Ave?
If you pan up on the screen a little, you have the tangent approaching on Albany Street, and then the radius would be the radius of the curve as you turn. turn from Albany to the left to go south on Mass Ave.
Can you show it to me? Can you move the cursor and show me the radius that you're talking about?
Right there.
So what's the center point there? Where is the center point?
The center of the circle would be right about at the property line, right?
Oh, okay. So that's the diameter, that's the radius. So, all right.
Right. And as I said, it probably in final design, it could be a larger radii. If you coordinate, there's going to be traffic signal equipment and things like that on the corner that you would have to coordinate with the location. But I believe it could be a larger radius than the 60 feet shown.
Okay. When you work or when you determine what is safe radius, what are the standards or design requirements that you are following? Are there any?
We're following the geometry that's shown on the company's plans. So their sharpest radius that they use in their alignment is a 50-foot radius. So we've felt that as long as we did not go less than the 50 feet, say to a 30-foot radius, that we would be within their criteria, since that's what they've used on their design.
So just to clarify, so what you're saying is, since you know that you are above the radii that Eversource has employed in their designs, you feel that this is a safer design than what than those designs wherein Eversource employed a smaller radius, right? That's the basis of, that's the argument, right?
An equivalent design, yeah. Whether it's better or yes.
And is this about the radius that Eversource has designed for in this particular bend?
They are not they're not doing this S curve configuration. They're coming up Vassar Street and then proceeding straight across Mass Ave on their alignment, straight up Vassar Street towards Main Street.
Right.
So my question, they do not have this S configuration in their geometry.
Right. So basically they have applied that radius to another point in the design, not particularly to these alignments, right?
That's correct.
Right. So my question is, what are the factors that basically influence the pressure, the sidewall pressure? So what I'm trying to understand is, I understand that the condition of, many conditions in terms of how utilities are distributed, right? What is the kind of property ownership? All of this can actually play into one's decision as to what is feasible bending radius. And it can be about, what are the kinds of cables we are using and what tensions can they withstand. It can be about what is the pressure that such cable pulling is going to transfer to adjacent utilities, their casings, or even to the road surfaces, let's say, or if there is a tunnel, to whatever surfaces they are adjacent to. So my question is, how does WSP reason out its choice of its decision to go with a radius just because at some other point of Eversource's design they've used a radius which is less than this? How does it ensure that this is safe design?
What we've done is look at the alignment that Eversource has shown for their preferred route in its entirety. And if you look at the profiles that they're proposing, they are doing multiple vertical changes in direction along the entire route of Vassar Street, using radii between I would say it's probably between 50-foot radius and 200-foot radius, where they're going up and down in their alignment to get around the utilities that exist in that corridor.
Mm-hmm.
Where here we're able, as Carol had said, we're able to stay at a relatively consistent depth for most of the alignment along the Grand Junction.
If I may.
And okay.
Now, I understood that Ms. Dennison was talking about the consistency in terms of depth that could be achieved along the Grand Junction corridor, right?
That's right.
Now, that does not apply to this segment, especially because given how busy this segment is, wherein you have Mass Avenue and Albany Street, right? So that we are not expecting to maintain consistent depths in this segment where the bends are, right?
Correct. We will have to go under the existing utilities, probably staying at, it appeared that we would need to be between 7 and 10 feet of cover to be able to get through these utilities. But not the kind of variation that Eversource is showing on their Vassar Street, where they're down as much as 15 feet of cover.
Right.
But we do have the two specific horizontal changes in direction that we have to accommodate here.
Mr. Boyd, if I may ask you, are there standards that you need to follow when you determine what is a safe bending radius?
There's as I understand it, there's a physical constraint in that the cable cannot physically be bent any more than about a 20-foot radius. And then there is the sidewall friction analysis that needs to be done to show that the cable can be pulled around any proposed change in direction without damaging the cable itself.
So for these two components, are there standards to be followed, minimum standards to be followed?
I believe Eversource has company standards that they apply. I'm not familiar with those, but my understanding is that they do.
So even if Eversource has company standards, as someone in this field and practicing, would you know of standards that Eversource company standards would have referenced to make sure that their designs are safe and can be consistently applied across any routes that they choose to build on? I'm talking of what would one reference to, even if a company is developing its own standards. If WSP were to develop its own standards, what would you reference to for these two components of which help determine the radius of the bend?
I believe it's really controlled by the cable manufacturers that are available. My understanding in talking to our transmission staff is that the criteria varies significantly depending on who is providing the cable that you're installing.
Right. Do you have anything to add, Ms. Dennison?
Not at this time.
Okay. So we are approaching one. So to round off this conversation, okay, that we are having regarding alignments along the proposed alignment along the Grand Junction corridor, moving from Albany through Massachusetts Avenue into Grand Junction. Please confirm if I heard you right. You mentioned that these alignments, the alignment that is shown in this figure that was submitted by MIT, as well as the rest of the pages in this submission, are not detailed. So to what extent are they detailed? Is it a 30% detailed design? Is it a what would you park it at?
Yeah, I'd reference it as a 25 or 30% probably design.
So also in explaining the choice of the bending radius, you mentioned that there are no WSP, since you are practicing, there are no standards that you apply on designs. It's basically the argument here has been being safer than the Eversource designs in terms of bending radius.
Correct.
Another thing that I heard during our discussion is MBTA has allowed for alignments that consider the southerly line as active, whereas the northerly line would remain inactive. And this is for a period of time which WSP has no idea of, and there are no commitments from the MBTA.
That is correct.
Now, when we were discussing the placement of manholes and splice walls along the Grand Junction corridor, we did, Ms. Dennison helped me understand how the space requirements to place manholes would be met if we were to align along the north to Albany preferred alignment. Now, I had also asked for how the manholes or splice walls would be accommodated if the southerly line were to be considered. Now, I understand that if the southerly line were to be considered, or maybe you could just talk to that rather than me inferring anything. If the southerly line were to be considered, would there still be enough clearance to accommodate the manholes at the positions that Ms. Dennison mentioned at Pacific and Albany?
You mean, I want to clarify, you mean the southerly alternative that was shown on that plan as opposed to the northerly one that we're stating as the preferred?
Thanks for the question. So I'm still discussing MIT's preferred north to Albany alignment.
Okay.
But there was a mention that when you were trying to explain whether there was sufficient clearance, horizontal clearance, that at some point the southerly line, the MBTA southerly line would be active and therefore the clearance would be adequate, right?
Correct.
So my question is, now from what Ms. Dennison discussed, I understand that these clearances will be adequate at the places that these manholes are being considered. And the positioning of these manholes will approximately be along the lines that positions for manholes have been considered on the Eversource preferred segments.
Correct.
Right. Now, if we were to consider the southerly MBTA line as active, for the same preferred segment north to Albany that MIT is proposing, what would you, how would you describe the, how would you describe the space requirements are met for placing manholes and splice walls?
They could be placed in basically exactly the same locations.
And this is to say that if they were placed in the same locations that Ms. Dennison alluded to, the offset requirements would be met on both sides of the track, right? When it comes to southerly, there is offset requirements towards the Vassar side, right?
I think we need hopefully a point of clarification that I could offer.
Please.
The use of the southern track was discussed with MTA when the sheeting needs to be installed. The placement of the duct bank on the northern side of the existing track, you're able to place the transmission main within the 15 feet of clearance, but you will require steel sheeting. So only when the steel sheeting during construction would the southern track need to be activated. The duct bank and the manholes further down near Pacific Street will be more than enough, or 20 feet past the clearance needed to install a transmission main and a manhole. So they will be clear of both the north track and the southern track, and a greater distance than the 15 feet. So the southern track would only be used during construction. It would be an expectation that during that period of time, the steel sheeting would go in, that the southern track would be active. There may be a short period where the north track would need to be interrupted because it's about 100 linear feet from Mass Ave where the two tracks come together. But the corridor that we have chosen for majority of this Grand Junction, the 4,075 feet, only 875 feet is within the 15 feet. The remaining is greater than 20 feet. So for the majority of the corridor, both the manhole and the duct bank are outside and north of the northern track by 20 feet.
Okay, got it.
Does that help?
That was very helpful.
Okay.
I understood it very differently. Yeah,
Right.
thank you. Ms. Shaki, at this point, I'd like to stop because I might have to get back on these questions a little more if I have the time. It is 12:58, so if you think it's time for our lunch break, we might take it now.
Thank you. Why don't we take our lunch break now and come back at 2?
Thank you.
When we go off the record, could we just stay on for one moment? I just want to ask a timing question.
Sure. Off the record, Mr. Olson?
Yes, thank you. I'm just, Ms. Watkins is standing by and ready to testify, but I'm just trying to get a sense as to what we think is going to happen this afternoon. If we should tell her to keep standing by, or is there going to be, are the MIT witnesses going to be questioned for the rest of the afternoon?
Well, I think that there's probably another good chunk of time that the staff will have questions for MIT. And after that, I assume the company would have some questions for MIT. Mr. Rosenzweig, would you care to comment?
We would. It's always hard to estimate these things, as you know, but I would say it's going to be in the, hour to 2 hour range, more or less.
So I would guess based on that, Mr. Olson, that it would probably be relatively late in the day.
Yep.
Of course, it would also, I assume, we would also would depend on whether the city had any questions or for the MIT witnesses and Mr. Dottori's redirect.
Right, right. We won't have any questions for the MIT witnesses, so that won't add any time. Okay, well, I'm gonna tell her that she should stand by for later in the afternoon, but I think it's unlikely. I'm not gonna hold anyone to this, obviously, but it seems pretty unlikely to me that we're gonna get to her today, actually. Okay.
Can I just, are we off the record?
We're off the record, John,
Okay, off
so
the
go
record,
ahead.
okay. I was gonna say, we're not, MIT doesn't have, at this point at least, doesn't have any questions for the city of Cambridge, so I don't know if anybody else does, but just.
Yeah, if we could put her on after, just put her on and get her testimony in the record unless the board has questions.
The board probably will have questions, Mr. Olson. Is she available tomorrow morning?
Wednesday morning, you mean?
Yes. Sorry. Yes, Wednesday morning.
Yes, we can make, she'll make herself available, yes.
Okay. Then, depending on how things go this afternoon, that's probably the best option in terms of her schedule.
Yep. Okay. All right, that's fine. I appreciate everyone trying to give us a sense. She's, obviously she's trying to do her job at the same time that she's standing by, so she has a sense what's going to happen. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
What time are we back?
2.
2.
Okay, it looks like everybody's back. Before we go on the record, Mr. Dottori, I have a question to ask you with regard to some information responses that were filed with MIT. And they referred to someone other than your two witnesses who were presented today. They were the person listed as responsible was Kelly Brown.
Yes.
And can you tell me who that is?
Kelly Brown is an employee of MIT. And he had, WSP wasn't involved in any of all the pre-discussions that question was addressing. And Kelly was one of many at MIT that was.
Okay.
So that's why we put his name on the responses.
Can you tell me if you filed an affidavit for him? Because I didn't see one, but that doesn't mean you didn't provide one.
I don't know. I know we didn't pre-file testimony for.
No, I understand that.
Kelly. I don't know if he filed an affidavit or not. David or Lauren, do you recall?
If we didn't, it was a inadvertent omission.
Well, that's fine. I just would appreciate it if, unless you want to withdraw the responses, if you file an affidavit. So I'm assuming that would be something that you would be able to do.
Right. If we haven't filed it already, and I'm just not sure, we could, as you say, it was an oversight. We'll do it immediately. Apologize for that. Yeah.
No problem. All right. Does anybody have anything before we go back on the record? Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Boyd, I just had something I wanted to follow up on that you had said during your testimony. You were talking about a project that you had worked on near Back Bay Station, which involved interacting with the MBTA. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you tell me the type of infrastructure that project involved? Was it for a water line?
No, we are actually working for Boston Properties, and they were reinforcing their parking garage, which is adjacent to the Back Bay Station. I think it's called 100 Clarendon Street now. It used to be the Hancock Garage. And we had to go down adjacent to the Worcester-Framingham mainline tracks in order to install a reinforcement to the foundation of that building.
So new pilings or something like that versus type of utility infrastructure, is that correct?
Right, it was, excuse me, it was a fairly limited horizontal construction zone, probably 100 feet, reinforcing the foundations.
And can you tell me, is it your understanding that the MBTA would have provided the same type of latitude if it were in fact some type of utility infrastructure? Would that have mattered to the MBTA based on your discussions with them?
No, the actual detail of what was being constructed, they were not really interested in hearing. They really were just interested in how we were going to protect the safety of their operations.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Certainly.
So I believe Mr. Wilmer has some questions he'd like to weigh in with this afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Just had a few follow-up questions to the testimony provided earlier. I believe the majority of these will be directed towards Mr. Boyd. Earlier, Mr. Boyd, you stated that WSP approached the MWRA to get specifically documents, plans, and drawings for Albany Street that included the sewer. I was wondering if at that point the MWRA made any mention or gave any warning about co-locating or any potential work along Albany Street regarding their sewer pipe?
We actually met with several representatives of MWRA and walked through with them our potential alignment for the Eversource facility as it related to their existing line. They did not raise any issues with that. They thought it was would be pretty standard type of utility construction. They did not represent any specific concerns at all.
Thank you. And going back to the description you provided of WSP's preferred alternative, if I understood correctly, to reach the Grand Junction corridor, WSP proposed to use the existing crossing underneath the red line on Main Street. Could you please walk me back through the route leaving the substation going to Grand Junction? I heard you mention that it would go through Galileo, which I believe is on the other side of Main Street.
Correct. I believe that the alignment leaves the substation onto Broadway and then travels on Broadway to its intersection with Galileo, then turns and runs south on Galileo under the red line and continues on down Vassar Street. I believe that's the alignment.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time while I look at the map?
Sure. I believe it leaves the proposed substation location and enters onto Broadway, runs up Broadway to Galileo, where it turns and runs to the south, crosses underneath the red line, and then continues on south on Vassar Street. I believe that's the preferred alignment route.
How does the transmission line get from Vassar to Albany?
We would take the same route, Broadway to Galileo, come down Galileo, cross under the red line, immediately turn to the west, run on the south side of the the red line tunnel underneath Main Street, and then turn to the south again on Albany Street.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Boyd. To continue detailing a little bit what the Grand Junction North segment would look like, I heard earlier testimony, WSP mentioned that there are portions where the proposed route would not be within the 15-foot safety buffer outlined by the MBTA. Could you provide a rough estimate of how much of that length would not impose on the 15-foot buffer?
Carol, I think you have those exact dimensions.
Yeah, so we have an estimate of 4,075 linear feet within the Grand Junction for our alternative. That would be from when it leaves Waverly parking lot to Mass Ave. There's 875 feet estimated just west of Mass Ave that would be within 15 feet of the northern rail.
And the remaining would not be within the 15 feet?
Sorry, could you clarify?
Sure. Would the remaining length outside of that initial 875 not be within the 15-foot buffer?
That is correct.
Thank you. When WSP was speaking on the depth requirement, it mentioned that it would need to be 6 feet to allow for the MBTA to provide signal cabling above it. Did I understand correctly that WSP is proposing to have the signal cable go directly above the transmission line?
Excuse me. What the MBTA staff said to us was that if the transmission line could have a minimum of 6 feet of cover, then it would not preclude their ability to cross over that transmission line wherever they wanted to or needed to install their communications cable. I believe they're just holding that as a future possibility. They do not have specific plans at this point.
Is WSP aware of any other transmission lines that have a utility running above it? And to its knowledge, does it know if this would create any issues with maintenance or outage locating failure points?
The transmission line alignment that's being proposed by Eversource has significant numbers of utilities that are either crossing over or in some cases are running for hundreds of feet directly over or very close to being over the transmission line. So I don't think it would be any different than that.
Thank you. Did WSP consider evaluating the company's alternative proposal, the one that traverses Memorial Drive? Did it look at this when evaluating the Grand Junction corridor segment?
Traverses Mem Drive?
Yes. There's Vassar Street as the preferred route, and Memorial Drive is a alternative proposed by the company. I was wondering if WSP had knowledge of that alternative and it looked at it when considering the routing alternative to Vassar.
I have to admit, I don't recall that. I thought the alternative that they had looked at went out further on Main Street.
This is an alternative completely separate to the one going along Vassar. It's the Brighton line. I just wanted to know if factored.
B2A runs on Mem Drive.
If I can add a point of clarification, our alternative, WSP's alternatives were really focused in on just the stretch of Vassar Street between Waverly and Mass Ave. Understanding that the company had put a lot of effort into their overall alignment of the transmission main between the two substations, we were simply looking at avoiding a major impact on Vassar Street and looked for alternatives that were within the same length and the same general area as Eversource, so that we could find a route that had less utility density as what's showing up on Vassar Street between Mass Ave and Main Street, or for approximately 4,000 linear feet of Vassar Street.
Thank you, Ms. Dennison. Was there anything new learned by WSP during this hearing in terms of routing constraints?
No, I think everything that we've heard is included in the company's original presentation.
Excuse me, those using real time will need to connect again.
Thank you, Alan.
Ms. Sharkey, should I wait for a moment?
Not if you don't need the real-time transcript.
Okay, thank you. How did WSP take into consideration the heating constraints of steam lines and areas of proximity in their proposed route?
one of the criteria that we used in looking at the alternative routes was to see if there are ways to minimize the number of steam route crossings or running parallel to them. Carol, if you want to
Certainly.
learn that.
When evaluating Vassar Street, we did notice in the alignment that they were parallel for long distances to steam and also had several crossings for steam. We used that as one of our main criteria to look at alternatives where steam wasn't present or that a heat generating source wasn't present. When you are looking at Grand Junction north to Mass Ave to Albany down Main Street, there's a significantly less steam generating utility in that corridor, and the steam generating utility that is present within the 875 feet that is near Mass Ave, it is closer to the property line than it is to the tracks. There are 2 crossings in the Grand Junction that has a hot water and a steam, but there are crossings. So what we have done with our alternatives is eliminate as much heat generating source utility in proximity to the transmission main.
And those steam lines that you mentioned in Vassar, in general terms, is the proximity that runs parallel in the Grand Junction North corridor closer or farther away than that along Vassar?
The Grand Junction alternative, the steam or hot water is further away.
Thank you, Ms. Dennison. If WSP were to propose a route today, does it believe that it would look the same?
Yes.
Yes.
When WSP was conducting its analysis, did it consider using portions of the existing proposed routes beyond the overlap on Main Street?
I can interject here, Andy.
Yeah, please.
When evaluating Vassar Street itself, there is only 1 or 2 intersections to allow a path that would not be on Vassar Street. So there is a stretch of Vassar Street where there's less dense at the very beginning, but the density starts to come in quite readily when you start to approach Mass Ave. So because of the amount of density, especially between Mass Ave and Main Street, it was best to avoid a majority of Vassar Street, given the number of crossings and the number of horizontal place utilities adjacent to the transmission main.
Did WSP consider using Vassar Street for the portion currently occupied by Albany Street in its proposed route?
We looked at that. That portion of the Grand Junction between Main Street and Mass Ave passes, passes directly behind the central utility plant. And that corridor is pretty heavily used by existing MIT utilities. So it was removed from consideration because of that.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmer. Ms. Divakar? You're still on mute.
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. I'd like to follow up with a discussion of the Wadsworth street segment proposed by MIT. Now, I'd like to turn your attention to EFSB -RS -22 parenthesis 3.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. EFSB-RS-22 parenthesis 3.
Did you refer to a page number or just the beginning?
I think I'm referring to
The figure?
a map, yeah,
Okay. Yep.
which shows the Wadsworth alignment. Now, this is a document that the company shared with us, as you know. I just want you to confirm the alignment as MIT has proposed it. Just please please tell us if this is actually the alignment that MIT has proposed.
Carol, would you like to respond to that?
Yep. The one thing that isn't shown is we had proposed a stacked duck bank or one that was close to proximity to each other. So this does represent generally the alignment that we have in our alternative.
Okay, thanks for confirming. Now, moving on. The company, in its testimony last week, discussed at length the challenges of running duct banks in the Broadway to 3rd Street intersection and Galaxy Park moving into the Wadsworth Street. Now, for this portion of the proposed Wadsworth Street segment design, one of the challenges the company discussed at length was not having space along Broadway to provide adequate distance of separation between the transmission lines serving Putnam, Brighton, and Kendall substation, because one of the company's preferred routes, K5A, also happens to follow the same alignment along Broadway. Now, the first question is, does WSP agree that a minimum distance of 10 feet must be maintained?
Carol, you've looked into this more than I.
One of the, what we had understood is that the reason why Eversource is using thermal fluidized backfill is a way to dissipate heat, as well as for one other reason, to help with compaction. We had understood that there's a way that you could stack the dock banks and put extra layer of the thermal fluidized backfill between the configurations to help dissipate the heat so that it could be less than 10 feet.
And is WSP in a place that they can provide us references to this observation that you made?
That is something that we can, if it's requested as a question, we could provide a response to that.
Yeah, I'd like to take a record request so WSP can give us the references which talk to the minimum separation distances and how it can be lessened.
For the profile, it assumed for that alternative.
Yeah, so basically there is a mention of stacking the transmission lines in the same duct bank. And what I hear Ms. Tennyson say is there is provision by which it can be stacked and the distance of separation can be reduced from 10 feet. So what I'd like for the record is a reference to the document from where such an observation was made.
Does MIT understand the record request?
We do, thank you.
Then that will be record request EFSB-30.
I have some stability problems with my real time. I need to go offline for about 3 minutes, please.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Off the record.
We started saying stability, I got worried there.
Been in too many of these hearings.
Okie doke. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen.
So,
We'll just wait, Smitha, until Mr. Totori's back.
okay, yeah.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You were
I
on
was just walking,
camera, so I
I was
wasn't
just
sure.
walking around. Thanks.
Okay, back on the record. So, Ms. Divakar, you had a question?
Yeah. So the question is, how did WSP determine whether adequate space was available for duct banks in the Wadsworth Street segment for the proposed alignment? Now, has it been from the reference or references that you would be providing us, or are there cases wherein such an configuration has worked in WSP's knowledge?
It'll be from the references, I believe. Carol?
Okay.
You're muted, Carol.
Yes, that is correct. Sorry, I had to unmute.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to some cost questions unless my colleagues have further questions on the Wadsworth alignment street segment proposal. Now, I'd like to refer to exhibit MIT-WSP-1. Of particular interest is page 31 of the PDF.
Could you repeat the reference, please?
Sure. It's MIT-WSP-1.
I believe that's a direct testimony, is it not?
It is.
It is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that if you're not using the PDF and you're using hard copy, would that be page 28?
28, yeah. Thank you. So here, just to add some context, there is the statement which says the linear cost approach assumes that the cost of materials is the same for all alternatives per linear foot, and that all factors impacting constructability are also the same. Now, however, WSP has concluded that there are several key differences in construction risk factors between the MIT and Eversource alternatives that will have a significant impact on cost. Among the construction risk factors identified are utility density, the depth of the transmission mains, distribution of traffic, and project duration. Now, the question is, now, have these risk factors or differences been built into the cost estimates arrived at by WSP at its exhibits MIT-WSP-25 or the next one, 26? It's MIT-WSP-25.
What is referenced in this exhibit is the first round of costs, and then there was a second round of more detailed costs that was submitted.
Okay. So are you meaning to say in the second round of detailed costs that was submitted, these factors have been taken care of?
We have incorporated them, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
And can you provide that reference, Ms. Dennison?
I believe these. I need a moment to find, there's too many books here.
Thank you. Take your time, please.
Okay. So these came after our first response, our first testimony. I believe they were in responses to the questions that were asked. And I would have to filter through to find out where they are specifically, unless I'm able to call on my lawyer to pull it up more quickly.
I believe it's EFSB MIT-12, and there's a redacted version and there's a confidential version.
And if you can see my screen, the redacted version is up.
The beautiful sky, Lauren.
We're not seeing the estimate, we're seeing your home screen.
There you go.
Thank you. If I may continue, before I conclude, I have one question on route selection. Now, if you could go back to the exhibit MIT-WSP-1, and the reference is to page 9.
So you're looking at MIT-WSP-1?
Yeah, it's the testimony again, and page 9.
9, okay.
9 of 34.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, in there is a statement which mentions, let's see, The MIT Cambridge campus has existed since 1916, and there are existing older utility lines. There we go. There it is. And there are existing older utility lines that are fully functional but are at higher risk to damage when exposed to disruption or weather for extended durations. Now the question is, does MIT have, or is it aware of a decommissioning or infrastructure replacement plan for the old pipes and facilities along the Vassar, Ames, Wadsworth, and the Grand Junction corridor segments?
We would have to take that as an information request. I don't know offhand.
Okay.
So that would be record request EFSB 31.
So the question is, does MIT have, or is it aware of any decommissioning or infrastructure replacement plans for the old pipes and facilities along the Vassar, Ames, Wadsworth, and the Grand Junction corridor segments?
We understand the question. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks for sharing the screen. Yep. I have no further questions, Ms. Shake.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Divakar. Does anyone on the bench have any further follow-up to questions that have been asked to date? Mr. Green, I see your video is activated.
Very perceptive. Thank you. Yes, I have just a couple of questions, if I may, for the MIT witnesses. Just want to see if I can understand the context of the alternative routing analysis that you did. I'm wondering if your charge from MIT when they retain you to look at these alternative routes was to investigate these particular locations, or whether they gave you a broader charge of see if you can find something other than what Eversource has proposed that would be in the university's view less disruptive of its facilities and campus well-being, let's say.
In very general terms, we established some initial criteria with MIT that the corridors we shouldn't look outside of the limits of the existing campus. MIT's desire was not to divert these facilities off into somebody else's neighborhood. It was more, can you avoid or minimize the risks to our major infrastructure, much of which is concentrated on Vassar Street and Ames Street. That was a sort of a general criteria that we were given. Other than that, they did not define any limits that we should look at.
And when were you retained by MIT to conduct this review?
We initially were retained to, as we stated earlier, to see if we could identify any modifications to Eversource's preferred routes that would reduce the potential risk to MIT's infrastructure. When we showed them the very limited, I would say, mitigation measures that we felt could be done to reduce risk, they asked us at that point to, well, is there a way to come up with a route that would substantially reduce the risk to our infrastructure? And that's when we began looking at alternative routes.
And when was that, again, when did you begin working in earnest on this?
I believe that's to be answered in the first information request that we were asked. John, I think that's what we were supposed to come up with a timetable for our work efforts.
Are you referring to record request EFSB 29, Mr. Boyd?
Yeah, I think that's correct, Ms. Sharkey.
Yes, Ms. Sharkey, that was part of the record request made.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll familiarize myself with that. I apologize.
No problem.
Thank you.
Back to your response before, Mr. Boyd, about not wanting to look at routes that would place this, let's say, in somebody else's neighborhood, or, you know, sort of outsource the concerns, I guess, about MIT's impacts. Did you look as far as Memorial Drive at some of those routing options? And if so, what did you think?
It's getting to Memorial Drive. That is the concern. In both, well, in all three alternatives, Eversource was creating routes to get through the MIT campus to Mem Drive, and then either tying into their existing infrastructure on M Drive or continuing on over to the Brighton station using the Mem Drive, or in the case of crossing underneath the river, the park adjacent to Mem Drive for the remainder of the route. So we were really looking at alternative routes to get basically from the station to Memorial Drive.
This question is probably an elaboration on some of your prior information request responses on route scoring and things along those lines. But just, you know, in terms of a general explanation, can you describe for us any areas where you see advantages in Eversource's proposal relative to what WSP has put forward?
I'm trying to think of any of the scoring criteria where their route actually came out ahead of ours. Carol, can you think of any?
Not at the moment. We'd have to refer to the scoring to see if any one criteria was more than another.
And would the scoring analysis that WSP performed still constitute the answer to that question, or has anything since arisen that would change your perspective?
No, that analysis is still valid.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Does anyone else have any additional questions before we get to Mr. Rosenzweig? In that case, Mr. Rosenzweig, are you prepared, or would you like a break before we begin with your cross?
Let's get underway.
That's fine then. Please proceed.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Sharkey. Good afternoon, panel. Mr. Boyd and Ms. Dennison. My name is David Rosenzweig, and I am counsel to Eversource in this matter. I have some questions for you today, and I will greatly appreciate your answers. This is the first time you have testified before the Energy Facility Siting Board, is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct.
In preparing your testimony, did you review prior Siting Board decisions to familiarize yourself with the Siting Board's precedent and standard of review for jurisdictional transmission lines?
Not generically, no.
Same.
So you're unfamiliar as to whether the company's approach to route identification, route selection, and scoring is consistent with prior siting board cases for underground transmission lines?
I guess I would say that we in reading the company's filings found that you had declared that you were being consistent, and we, as we said before, we reviewed the methodology and saw nothing that we would say was improperly applied, I guess would be the right word, for a route study.
Okay. Can you state what the siting board's standards are for route selection?
The standard is that it has to, the routes need to be, I can never get the terms correct, Carol.
I would have to go back to the testimony. I don't have that right in front of me.
But as you sit here now, you can't recall it?
Not at the moment, no.
Am I right that both of you have degrees in civil engineering?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Are either of you electrical engineers or electric power engineers?
No.
No.
Have either of you previously been employed by an electric utility in that capacity?
As an electrical engineer?
Yes.
No.
No.
Are either of you experts in designing underground electric transmission lines?
I would say no. Experts? No.
Ms. Dennison, how about you?
No.
Have either of you had principal responsibility for performing the electrical engineering for proposed underground 115 kV XLPE transmission line?
No.
No.
Have either of you been responsible in a principal way for designing an electric transmission line for a utility that would be adjacent to an MBTA rail corridor?
A transmission line?
Yes.
No, sir.
No.
I think this question came at you a couple times, but as your testimony today, you can't remember when you were first engaged by MIT, is that right?
Not in detail, no.
Roughly speaking, can you recall?
It's been so long. Fall, Carol?
I'd say fall of 22 is when we were initially gauged. As I had mentioned previously, that's about when we put the request in so we can get the exact timeline.
Mr. Boyd, didn't you attend a meeting in August of 22 that was between or among the company, MIT, and the city?
I did attend a meeting when actually prior to her being officially on board with MIT, I believe. But I don't remember the date. If you say that's in the meeting minutes, then
it is. I can give you the reference if that would help you. It's in the response to MIT 1-4. It's parens 1, which are the meeting minutes that were requested, provided in response to discovery. It indicates that you were one of the attendees for MIT.
No, I'm sure I was there.
And are you saying you weren't engaged at that point, and you were just attending?
My recollection is we had been selected, but we were not yet under contract with MIT, so they were asking us to attend.
So as you were at that meeting, you didn't have any background with respect to this project, did you?
We were just becoming familiarized with the project at that point.
Am I right that subsequent to that meeting and perhaps subsequent to you being officially engaged, you attended several of the meetings among the three parties I talked about, MIT, the city, and Eversource?
There weren't, following that meeting, there were not, to my recollection, there were not very many meetings between MIT and Eversource. And I don't recall the city being involved in those meetings.
So is that the only meeting you attended between the city, MIT, and Eversource, the August meeting?
There may have been another one, but it was not extensive a number of meetings.
Am I right that prior to that meeting in August, there had been 25 to 30 prior meetings between the city, MIT, and Eversource on these proposed lines?
I know I know it's part of the record as to who was in attendance at those meetings.
Did you review that information and discuss with MIT what information was shared and topics were addressed during meetings that I guess predated your engagement with MIT?
Not especially, no.
Did you, either one of you, take into account any feedback or information that was shared between MIT and Eversource and the city with respect to available routes, preferred alignments during that period of time?
No, our assignment, the way I understood it, was to look with a fresh eye at the preferred alternatives that Eversource had put forward and determine if there were ways to mitigate potential risks to MIT.
And in so doing, you didn't take into account any information that had been previously shared with MIT, with the company, or by the city as it relates to the route alternatives for these facilities, did you?
No, I didn't.
I believe you responded to Mr. Green's question that the focus of your engagement was really only on those routes that would directly affect the MIT campus. Is that right?
That's correct.
Once you were engaged by MIT, and let's just assume for this discussion it was in the fall of 2022, how long did it take you to collect and analyze data and provide recommendations to MIT?
For the alternative routes? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I think your recommendations were twofold, if I understand your testimony.
Yep.
One was to review the company's proposed routes and provide some critique about the efficacy of those routes or their ability to have impacts mitigated. And then there was a second component to your engagement, which was as appropriate to propose alternative routes for MIT's consideration. Is that a fair characterization of the two components of your?
It is, yes.
Okay. So once you were engaged by MIT, how long did it take for you to collect and analyze data for each of those recommendations?
I would say that in the first month and a half, we had developed our what we considered potential modifications to the route that might be considered to mitigate impacts. At that point, we jointly with MIT felt that it was not going to mitigate the potentially mitigate the impacts adequately to address MIT's concerns. And so we authorized to look at alternative routes at that point. And Carol, I would turn to you, but I would say a couple of months after that, we were presenting alternative routes, potential alternative routes.
That is correct.
So if I understand, for these two sort of different elements of your engagement, the first being an analysis of the company's routes. That took a month and a half or so from your original engagement. And then in developing proposed alternatives, that was another couple of months.
Right.
So you were at a point, perhaps by the end of 22, of recommending to MIT that the company's proposed routes were not reasonable or had some issues that couldn't be mitigated, and that there were alternative routes that you believe were superior for purposes of MIT anyway. Is that right?
Well, that were potentially superior from MIT's perspective, and that we should evaluate further to determine whether they would meet Eversource's criteria.
Now, am I correct that your testimony here was filed September 5th of 2023?
Excuse me, I didn't understand that question. Could you repeat that?
Am I correct, if you can recall, that your testimony in this proceeding was filed on September 5th of 2023?
That's correct. I believe that's the correct date. Yes.
Prior to filing that testimony last month, did you or anyone from MIT present your recommendations on either the company's routes or the alternatives that you proposed? Was that ever presented to Eversource prior to the filing of your testimony?
MIT had meetings with Eversource. We were not attending meetings with Eversource at that point, so I'm not sure exactly what was presented to the company.
Well, do you know if anybody from MIT, if it wasn't WSP, informed Eversource that MIT was intending to present alternative routes to the company's proposed lines?
I know that that was done, yes.
But before you filed your testimony?
Correct.
By whom?
I don't know whether probably I would be guessing. I shouldn't be guessing here.
Are you certain that was done, or are you misremembering perhaps?
I am remembering that the MIT project manager said that they had expressed to someone at Eversource that they were looking at alternative routes. I do not know the date or who was in that conversation.
Well, actually, I didn't say looking at alternative routes. I said that MIT was going to propose alternative routes to the siting board.
Oh, propose alternative routes.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question, whether they did or not.
Did you suggest to MIT that it would be appropriate for MIT or WSP to discuss the MIT alternative routes with the company prior to filing them with the siting board to get the company's input and feedback?
We were told that Eversource had told MIT to go ahead and proceed with whatever they needed to do within the siting board's criteria. So I don't know whether they had specific, I don't believe there were specific conversations.
Let me try it again. And if you can answer yes or no, that's really what I'm looking for. Okay. Did you ever suggest to MIT that it would be appropriate for MIT to discuss their proposed alternative routes that they were going to put forth at the siting board with the company prior to filing them with the siting board in order to get the company's input and feedback?
No.
Do you consider the city of Cambridge a key stakeholder with respect to issues of utility infrastructure within city streets?
Absolutely.
I take it that you and MIT respect the knowledge and experience of the city, its D.P.U, regarding what's in those city streets. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you believe it was reasonable for the company to seek and give weight to the city's input as part of its route selection and design process?
Yes.
Do you know what happens if the company proposes a proposed route within city streets and the city is unwilling to grant a location for the placement of those lines? Do you know what happens in that instance?
I would expect that or hope that the city would be the victor in that discussion.
And so if the company had proposed routes that were not to the city's liking, that the city felt were inferior, and was unable to get a granted location, what would happen? Do you know? Do you have any experience in that area?
We would look for alternative routes.
Are you familiar with the siting board's certificate process, sometimes called an override process?
I believe they can override the local government if they feel that it is in the best interest of doing a route.
Do you know what's involved in getting a certificate from the siting board? What kind of filings are required? How long that type of process would take?
No, I do not.
Prior to filing your testimony in this case, did you or representatives of MIT vet the MIT proposed routes with the city or its DPW?
Yes.
When was the first meeting that you're aware of where the city proposed alternative routes to the city?
You mean when MIT presented?
Yeah, MIT, if I misspoke, but when MIT presented alternative routes to the city.
Again, my memory of dates is not good. There were several meetings that were set up and postponed for various reasons. So I'm not sure of the timing.
Would you agree that those meetings occurred prior to the filing of testimony in this proceeding?
Yeah, they definitely occurred prior.
And there was more than one such meeting, correct?
Correct.
And Eversource was not invited to those meetings that MIT had with the city about the Eversource proposed routes, was it?
No, Eversource was not present. It was MIT and the city of Cambridge.
Could you refer to page 4 of your direct testimony? Let me know when you have that.
4 of 34.
Yes. In this section, you provide some of your overall recommendations, is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
And at lines 15 to 17, you generally state that you undertook an analysis of alternative routes that would minimize or eliminate adverse impacts and risks to MIT. Is that true?
Yes.
And you make a similar statement regarding impacts and risks to MIT and its campus on page 6 of your testimony at lines 17 to 18. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that your recommended routes completely eliminate all impacts to MIT, its students, and its campus?
No.
Would you agree that the siting board needs to evaluate or typically evaluates impacts not just to MIT, but impacts to the broader community in Cambridge and balances those impacts?
Yes.
If you know, do the siting board standards require the complete elimination of all impacts in improving proposed routes?
That would be very unlikely in any urban setting.
And the reason you're saying that is by necessity, any underground type of transmission facility or infrastructure facility more generally that goes through city streets will involve some level of impact, some level of disruption. Is that right?
That's correct.
Could you refer to page 5 of your direct testimony?
Yes.
And in this section, you have a discussion of various route alternatives using the Grand Junction Railroad corridor. Is that correct?
Yes.
On page 5 at lines 9 to 14, you eliminated the Grand Junction North segment because, I guess, among other things, there are portions of that alternative with a high degree of utility density in the presence of MIT steam lines that must be avoided. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Would you agree that the route you did propose, Grand Junction corridor with Albany Street, also has those elements to some degree?
Yes.
I saw elsewhere in your testimony, I think it's on page 7, you state that MIT has utility services within the utility streets that include electricity, steam, chilled water, hot water, and compressed air. Is that right?
Yes.
And on page 9, you characterize the degree of MIT infrastructure in the city streets as vast. Is that true?
Yes.
Am I right that depending on the street, one might also find gas lines, telecommunication lines, sewer and water lines, and MBTA facilities that you discussed earlier this morning in this general area?
Yes.
Do you believe that MIT has been successful in mitigating impacts to a reasonable degree when it has undertaken construction projects in these city streets?
Yes.
I don't know if you've talked to MIT about it, but would MIT be willing to share its experience with Eversource regarding the best practices for mitigating those impacts?
They've already committed to doing that. Yes.
And I would take it that it's your testimony that if Eversource were to follow those best practices, it would, to some degree, mitigate impacts from its proposed transmission line routing.
To some degree, yes.
Could I refer you to your testimony at page 13, lines 7 to 9? You have that?
Yes, I do have that. Yes.
Here you state that working along the Eversource routes will inevitably cause impacts that will, and I'm quoting you, will impair the academic learning process, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Just so I don't misinterpret your word, are you saying that students will be unable to sufficiently learn, or are you saying that construction can be disruptive to students?
The noise is the issue with that. The MIT has very stringent noise requirements, including times of year in which no construction noise is allowed.
Is that a scheduling issue that allows that to be achieved when MIT undertakes projects?
Yes, it is.
Are those measures that MIT could suggest to Eversource to mitigate or even?
I'm sorry, David, you dropped out for a word.
Sorry. Are those the types of scheduling issues that could be shared with Eversource by MIT to,
Yes.
just to finish my question, to reduce or even eliminate the types of impacts you're talking about in terms of impairing the academic learning process?
Yes.
Is MIT presently constructing or engaging in construction along Vassar Street?
Yes.
What is MIT constructing there?
I believe it's 2 residential halls.
Has MIT had to implement a comprehensive mitigation plan to ensure that impacts are reasonably minimized to the MIT campus from that construction?
MIT's standard construction specifications include mitigation requirements, yes.
And again, those are the types of requirements that could be shared with Eversource if it were to construct on Vassar Street or similar streets that are adjacent to the MIT campus?
Yes.
Have you evaluated Eversource's recent construction of underground transmission lines in other urban locations to determine whether the company has a good track record for mitigating impacts?
No.
Do you think that's a relevant consideration here for the siting board to take into account?
I believe it is. We have heard third-party concerns that that Eversource's contractors sometimes, to expedite construction, have been known to do things that probably are not in Eversource's standard requirements for construction, not unlike most contractors in the city streets.
Could I refer you to page 16 of your testimony regarding future development and impacts?
Yes.
You describe in lines 14 to 20 that MIT has future plans for various projects, which include underground infrastructure that would be along the Eversource proposed routes, including Vassar Street. Is that right?
Has plans for might be a little too strong a statement, but expects that sometime in the future too. Yes.
Okay. And did WSP show those future projects in exhibits WSP 16 and 17?
I know they're included in exhibits. Those, I'm not sure those are the numbers, but I know we included those exhibits.
Ms. Dennison, maybe you have more familiarity with the exhibits. Are those shown in WSP 16 and 17?
When you say 16 and 17, you're talking to figures that were included? Yes.
Yeah, I believe they're exhibits to your original pre-file testimony in September. They were labeled exhibit WSP-16 and 17. Is that right?
Yes, there's an exhibit included MIT WSP 16. That is a redevelopment scenario for Eversource transmission. And then on 17, there was another exhibit included, MIT-WSP-17, which talked about areas of future connection for MIT.
Is there a schedule that's been developed for each of these projects, the ones that are depicted in exhibit WSP 17, when that work is expected to occur?
Not that has been shared with WSP at this time.
Do you know if MIT has a concern that if Eversource's construction goes forward along its proposed routes, it could foreclose MIT's opportunities to use the same corridors for future projects?
I would have to defer to MIT on the timing of that.
Was anything said to you, Ms. Dennison or Mr. Boyd, about that by MIT?
The concern expressed was being able to get to the specific sites in the future. One of our recommendations to them on that was to lower the transmission line, potentially lower the transmission line and increase its depth of cover to accommodate future utilities.
So I guess my question is, would MIT desire the corridors that Eversource is proposing in whole or in part for future projects it may have for underground infrastructure?
No, MIT has never stated anything like that to us, no.
I heard you say this morning, and you can correct me wrong if I'm wrong with this characterization, that your proposed route layouts were somewhat conceptual in nature, like at 25 to 30% design level, and that further design would ordinarily come from an EPC contractor. Is that right?
That's my general understanding, yes.
And at what point would the EPC contractor add to the level of refinement in your proposed alignments, if you were to go forward with this type of proposal?
Excuse me, can you say that again?
Yeah, at what point would the EPC contractor be brought in, going beyond the level of design that you've performed, to refine that design with more details on trenchless crossings, using survey data, conducting test pits, and assisting on design of further elements that might be associated with your alignment, like the red line crossing? At what point would the EPC contractor be brought in for those types of more detailed engineering assessments?
Well, I would expect it would depend on what level of commitment the city would want the company to make to the specific alignments. That the company's designer would likely have to carry the design to a further level than we've done to be able to assure that the city as to what the specific would be relative to potential locations of manholes, et cetera.
Would that occur prior to beginning any permitting, or would that occur during the permitting process or after the permitting process? What do you envision for that further refinement from an EPC contractor?
Normally, I would expect we would be at 75% design to pull permits that could then be handed to the EPC contractor.
Including the siting board?
I believe the siting board is looking at corridors, not the details within that corridor, based on what the company has presented.
When you say you said corridors, right?
Corridors, yes.
Right. So are you saying that the siting board need not be concerned with how trenchless crossings would be performed, or how the red line would be crossed, or ending radii on the transmission line? Those aren't reasonable things for the siting board to review in assessing a proposed route?
I think to the same level that the company has the company has not had conversations with the MBTA about crossings. We have not had detailed conversations with the MBTA about crossing the red line, particularly the red line.
Okay. Would the EPC contractor be a important part of refining your proposal in order to get more detailed engineering before the MBTA to see if they would grant exceptions from their directorate?
I would expect that they would, at 75% level, provide to the company what their requirements were going to be, and then they would be involved in just assuring that those requirements are incorporated into the EPC product.
Okay. And we're not at that point yet with your design for the Houston Grand Junction Railroad corridor, as an example.
We're not at that level, as the company's not at that level with their design.
Their design for what?
For interface with the MBTA.
Oh, okay. Do you know what level of design or level of engineering the company is at with respect to its route S15 that involves some MBTA crossings?
I do not know. All I know is the responses to the siting board questions relative to crossing the red line.
But have you studied the company's engineering for that S15 route to know what level of design is involved with it and the degree to which it has worked out the parameters with MBTA for the crossings of its rail lines?
I've had no involvement with S15.
I think you had some testimony on this topic this morning. Am I right that for any underground route the company builds for its transmission lines, it requires manholes?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of those manholes?
My understanding is they serve two basic functions. One as pulling and excuse me, to allow the pulling of the cables through the conduit systems and splicing of those cables so that they can be pulled in reasonable lengths. And then in the future for monitoring and potentially repairing issues associated with the cable's performance.
You know what factors determine how many splice faults are required and where they are located along a route?
In general, yes.
And tell me what you know about those factors.
The length of the cable that's available in the industry, the pulling tensions that are associated with pulling the cable through the alignment that is proposed, to determine that they're close enough together to not overstress the cables.
Sidewall pressure, would that be something that it goes into the
sidewall pressure goes into the ability to pull the cable through the facility.
How about accessibility? You didn't mention that. Is that something that goes into locating?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Splice faults?
Yes, for future maintenance.
Do you know what the dimensions are of the proposed splice faults the company will be including for this project?
Huge, yes. 20 by 8 or 12, yes.
Where did you get the 20 by 8 by 12?
I said 20 by 8 or 12. I don't remember the overall dimensions, but we've seen the details, yes. They're very large structures.
Did you include the placement of manholes in your alignments for each route?
We've evaluated the ability to establish locations. We have not shown them.
Isn't the placement of manholes a key consideration when you're using city streets or even private property?
Absolutely.
But your proposed alignment didn't include those specifics, did it?
We've determined that we can, or manholes can be located within the railroad right of way, excuse me, along the Grand Junction, and that they could be located in the city right of way on Albany Street, talking about the Vassar alternative specifically.
Well, how did you make that determination? Did you do calculations for pulling tensions and sidewall pressure to determine where those manholes would need to be located?
No, as we stated this morning, we assumed that they would have to be at approximately the same linear distance along the alignment that Eversource had proposed on theirs, since we're approximately the same length.
So you didn't, we'll take this as two questions. You didn't perform those calculations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you assumed that whatever was good for Vassar Street, for instance, as compared to the Grand Junction Railroad, you could just laterally assume that the same location, relatively speaking, on the Grand Junction Railroad would be an appropriate location for where a manhole would need to be located if the Grand Junction Railroad corridor was to be used.
I think I go the next step and say that we had determined that our alignment would be at a much more standard depth and would not require the vertical changes in direction that the Eversource alignment requires. And thus we would actually be reducing the issues associated with sidewall friction, et cetera, because of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure you answered my question. Maybe let's go back to how you located, if you located at all, manhole locations on the Grand Junction corridor. Tell me how you did that.
We excuse me, we looked for locations that would be adequate to install manholes basically at the same distance apart as Eversource had included on their alignment for Vassar Street, applying those lengths along our alignment.
So it's relative one manhole to another, the distance between, you tried to maintain that same distance on the Grand Junction corridor?
Correct.
Are there variances or variability in the distance between manholes that are caused by other factors besides just distance, such as pulling tensions, sidewall pressure,
yes,
obstructions one may encounter along a particular route?
Yes.
Did you account for that in your design for the Grand Junction Railroad?
Yes, as I said, we are lessening the number of vertical transitions that are being required by establishing a common or a standard depth of construction along the entire length of the corridor, of the rail corridor. So we're actually the alignment should be reducing the sidewall friction issue.
So I'm not sure I'm following you, but let me take it this way. How many manholes did you assume would be required on Vassar Street if the company were to construct on that route?
Two manholes on each of their circuits, so 4 manholes total.
And how many manholes did you assume would be necessary along the Grand Junction corridor, along your proposed alignment?
Including Albany Street?
Well, I guess you would have to include Albany Street to make that a comparable.
One group of manholes along the rail corridor and one in Albany Street. And Carol, correct me when I get this wrong, but that's my understanding.
That is correct.
So just one in the Grand Junction corridor,
One set of manholes,
one
yes.
set of manholes. And where would that be located? Would it be on the stretch of the Grand Junction corridor between
In the
Mass
vicinity,
Ave and
excuse me, in the vicinity of Pacific Street, I think is what was being discussed this morning.
Would it be east of Pacific Street or west of Pacific Street?
I can interject here, Andy. There is room on either side of Pacific Street to place the manholes.
And that's given, I guess, Mr. Boyd's testimony that these manholes are huge, right?
The location that we had looked at on Pacific Street aligned with the location on Vassar Street. And because there's enough room to be able to place the infrastructure needed for the transmission line at that location.
So you're saying it could theoretically be located, the one manhole you believe is required on Grand Junction corridor could be either east of Pacific Street or west of Pacific Street. That's your testimony, correct, Ms. Dennison?
I didn't check.
No,
I think it was one.
sorry.
Hold on. I think you said one manhole. I think it's one group of manholes. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So the two sets of manholes on Vassar can be placed east or west of Pacific Street because there's available space within the corridor and aligns with the lengths of the cables and placement that the company had taken on Vassar Street.
Doesn't the routing to the Grand Junction corridor coming down Mass Ave and Albany Street have more bends than are involved in the straighter shot through Vassar Street?
There, at Mass Ave, there's two S-curve bends. And then there is also then a bend at Albany Street. And then there's a vertical change as you go along Main Street to turn underneath the red line tunnel. So the plan was to have a second set of manholes on Albany Street closer to that vertical change to assist with that.
So this was not the product of calculations, was it? It was somewhat of a extrapolation from Eversource data. Is that right?
That was considered correct, yes.
How about communication handholds? Are they part of the company's underground transmission line design?
Yes.
And are they needed along with the manholes at each location?
They are, as represented on their current preferred alternatives.
Does your alignment on the Grand Junction corridor include communication manholes in addition to, communication handholds in addition to the manholes?
Those can be placed and were considered given the available space that they can be located in the same arrangement as they are on Vassar Street, but there's more room to do that.
But I'm asking, did you depict a specific location for them?
Not a specific location. We had looked at the available corridor in and around Pacific Street to be able to place that infrastructure, including the telecommunication manholes.
You know what the dimensions are for the communication handholds?
I believe they're smaller, more square structures, I think 4x4.
Just 1 second, please. Okay, thank you.
Does the length of your proposed route have any effect on the number of manholes and communication handholds that may be needed?
For the Vassar Street, our length change is 200 foot or less. So there isn't an impact that we understood that would require additional manholes in that length when you consider the entire plan profile for the alternative.
So you're saying the Vassar Street route is 200 feet shorter, but you do not believe that'll affect the number of manholes that are required on the Grand Junction Railroad corridor. Is that right?
Correct. Considering the profile of the transmission lane when you compare Vassar's profile to the Grand Junction profile.
But again, this wasn't the subject of specific testing on things like sidewall pressure, pulling tensions, and the like. Is that right?
I would have to double check. I think we added one calculation as a response. I would have to refer to that. I don't have that in front of me at the moment.
Are you saying there's an information response where you perform those calculations?
I would have to double check to see what was physically included, but if we could, I would need a moment to look for it. I don't have it in front of me, and I would need to confirm it was submitted.
Okay. I guess I would make that a record request and to save us time for any information that you have previously submitted. And I'm not talking about information that you may come up with after this hearing, but information that you previously submitted that provided calculations, engineering calculations, including pulling tensions and sidewall pressure to determine the location of manholes on your proposed routes.
And that would be record request EV-1.
Thank you. Just transition to the Grand Junction Railroad segment. Your testimony is that's a superior segment in comparison to the company's proposed Vassar Street segment. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as was discussed this morning, that would require an approval from MBTA. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In our discovery, we asked you a question, and I'll ask you to refer to it. It's information request COM-MIT-5, seeking a list of meetings, minutes from those meetings, mapping, and identification of any feedback that WSP or MIT received from the MBTA. Is that right?
You mind giving us the reference again, Mr. Rosenzweig?
COM-MIT-5.
Thank you.
Yes, I have that.
Ms. Dennis,
I don't have it directly in front of me, but I don't know if that could be shared, looking through the different books here. Is that in the discovery, correct?
That is, yes.
Could you repeat the number, please?
I think one of your attorneys, Ms.
Pulled it up. Okay.
Pulled it up.
Thank you.
So this is information request COM-MIT-5, and I was paraphrasing the question, which had a few subparts that we asked for all correspondence, meeting summaries, meeting notes, agendas, information shared with respect to, among others, the MBTA and the routing along the Grand Junction corridor. Is that a fair characterization of part of the question?
It appears to be, yes.
And the attachment to your response indicates there were 3 meetings that were held between MIT and MBTA, 2 of which were prior to filing your testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
One was in March of this year and the other was in August of this year. Is that right?
I believe that's right. Yes.
And there was a 3rd meeting after you filed your testimony on September 11th.
Yes.
In attachment COM-MIT-5 you include materials with some MIT talking points for the meetings and some associated mapping. Do you see that?
Yes.
Mr. Boyd, I think you are listed as an attendee for the August meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes, I attended all 3 of those meetings.
Okay. Could you refer to page 2 of that attachment?
That's page 2 of 18. Is that right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay. That appears to be talking points from MIT for one of those meetings. Is that right?
I'm sorry. Mine is page 2 is with the city, and I was not present at those.
Okay. I don't know if we're looking at the same thing.
The 2 of 27 is outline a discussion for MBTA number 3. Is that?
It's com-MIT-5 at 2, the 2nd page.
I have, I can just clarify, so com-MIT-5 parentheses 2.
Parentheses 1.
Parentheses 1. I only.
Okay, well, let me just cut to, you got that?
I only have one dated 3/25/22 and a second one dated 2/13/23. Those are both with parentheses 2 after it.
All right, so I guess my question is, I see the talking points and some of the mapping. What I don't see in this response anywhere in any of the attachments is that has meeting minutes or summaries of any feedback received by MIT with, let's say, the MBTA. Is that included anywhere in the response?
Feedback we got from the MBTA was all verbal at the meeting.
Is there any contemporaneous summary or meeting minutes that you provided as we requested in the information request?
The only thing, the one thing that I am seeing, I don't know if this is com-MIT-5 with parentheses 3, outline discussions with MIT dated 3/29/23.
Right, and the last talking point on that page has MIT specifically asking for the MBTA's feedback. Do you see that?
Are you referring to the 6th bullet? This is what is required by MIT to do this, or MWR, pardon me. My apologies. What is required by the MBTA for doing this work like this? Is that the sentence you're referring to?
Yeah. Well, did you provide any contemporaneous notes or summaries or minutes that included feedback from the MBTA regarding your meetings with them?
I think we would maybe ask this as a question. MIT's project manager was the one documenting the communications with the stakeholders.
Well, your name is on the information response. I'm asking, did you as WSP provide any of that information?
No.
No, we did not. No.
So we talked earlier, is actually with staff, you talked earlier about the MBTA directorate and the need to maintain at least a 15-foot setback according to the directorate. Is that one of the standards they have in their directorate?
Yes.
And I think earlier questioning indicated there's at least 875 feet along the Grand Junction corridor where your proposed alignment would be within 15 feet.
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. At its closest point, how proximate to the MBTA rail would your alignment be within that 875-foot stretch?
There's about a 15-foot corridor available. We would be positioning it, our intent was to position it in the middle, so it's 7 feet from the track, 7.5 feet from the track to enable the supportive excavation needed.
Okay. Are there locations where by necessity, by one constraint or another, there are other utility facilities, steam lines from MIT or other facilities that you would even need to be closer? Eversource's alignment of its transmission line would need to be closer than 7.5 feet to the adjacent rail line?
According to the survey information that we have, we understand MIT's facilities to be 15 feet or more from the north track. So we understand that placed within that dimension, we would maintain, or it could be maintained 7 feet at center line to center line. So they measure off the center line of their track.
Okay.
But more detailed placement would need to be done in further design.
And would that be normally, I guess, as we discussed earlier, once an EPC contractor is engaged, what other steps would be needed to refine that alignment to know how close the proposed transmission line would be to the closest rail line?
The key would be the construction, how close the construction activities would be, because the 15 feet is a limit of construction activity, their proximity to the active track. So it would be the EPC contractor would be designing the supportive excavation. So they would be the ones that would be providing that detail to the MBTA.
And when you talk about supportive excavation, just so you and I are speaking the same language,
Sure.
would that include sheet piling requirements?
Sheet piling, bracing, whatever's required to support the rail loading safely.
To ensure that there wouldn't be any following of the rail line, is that right?
And the sheet piling would be there to make sure that there's no failure of the soils retention that would impact the viability of the track.
Okay. Has that analysis been performed to date?
That would not be done until we know for the EPC contractor would have to do that analysis depending on what their supportive excavation system was that they were proposing at the time.
So the answer is no, it hasn't been performed yet.
It is not, no.
As a follow-up,
hold on, he answered my question. Your counsel can follow up with you if you.
I object. Eversource witnesses follow up all the time. It's been pretty much standard process in this case.
he answered my question. I'm
Well,
entitled to move on. I'll leave it up to the presiding officer.
Ms. Dennison, why don't you contribute what you thought was appropriate?
I was going to indicate that supportive excavation for the Eversource line would also be done at a point where a contractor is involved. So we are in alignment with the timeline or the point in time in which we are, where supportive excavation is designed by contractors, not by the Eversource or by other entities.
Well, are you suggesting that Eversource should go forward with its permitting if it's uncertain about what the details of its alignment would be and whether the MBTA would approve it?
No.
Okay, so if Eversource were to accede to the design that WSP has proposed, it would be uncertain about whether the MBTA, upon final design, would know where the Eversource facilities would be located, where shoring would be located, and whether, in that case, the MBTA would be willing to grant an exception from its directorate. Isn't that right?
No. The MBTA would provide you with what their requirements would be for the EPC contractor for them to be able to approve what they're proposing to do. And then then they would monitor the EPC contractor's design to make sure that it incorporated those requirements.
And in the absence of an EPC contractor,
standard procedure with them.
Okay. In the absence of an EPC contractor at this point in that detailed design, we don't know whether an MBTA will grant an exception from its directorate, do we?
We don't know, but from past performance, I would say they will, yes.
That's your opinion. That's not from MBTA. They haven't affirmed that your opinion, have they?
They said that they have seen no reason why they wouldn't.
Well, wouldn't they want to see that additional design before they made that commitment? That's an experience others may have had with MBTA.
Before they allowed construction to proceed, yes.
I have a few questions for you on the topic of easements. Have you identified the property owners that would need to provide Eversource easements to locate the transmission line on its proposed property? And I'm not just talking about the Grand Junction corridor.
Yeah, are you talking about all three of the proposed alternatives?
That's correct.
Generally, yes.
And I would also include the Eversource proposed routes, which require in certain locations easements. Is that right?
That's correct.
One of those property owners is MIT?
That's correct.
Do you know how many different easements would be required from MIT?
I believe they said that there were 3 parcels along the rail corridor that are individually defined. So it would probably be those easements from MIT.
What about outside the rail corridor if the Eversource routes were proposed, such as on Vassar Street? Would that require any easements from MIT?
Vassar Street is a city of Cambridge, so they would be a grant of location from the city. I believe the MIT preferred alternative crosses a property that's controlled by Matimco as it leaves Waverly Street and goes across the rail line. But that's Matimco as opposed to MIT. Whatever you would call it, MIT, the E-Institute.
I understand. So there's an easement that would be required for Eversource to use Vassar Street. And to get to Vassar Street, that might involve the Metimco arm of MIT. Is that
Correct.
fair? Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
In response to information request COM -MIT-2, you state that MIT is willing to provide easements to the company at no cost. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you clear that statement with Metimco before you offered that response?
That is MIT, the institute, not Metimco.
Okay. So,
two independent entities.
So
not completely independent. I'm not exactly sure how you define their relationship.
So would Metimco be involved in the easements that are required for the use of the Grand Junction corridor?
Involved with, yes, all real estate transactions I understand involve Metimco.
And so if I were to be using the term MIT broadly, including Metimco, do we know which of the various easements that Eversource might require for the MIT proposed routes that Metimco would be amenable to Eversource obtaining those easements from MIT at no cost?
I believe it's the parcels along the rail corridor itself.
Well, you believe, are you sure of that? Have you confirmed that with MIT and Metimco?
I would turn to my lawyer as to how confirmed that was, John.
Well, I'm happy to take it as a record request, Mr. Rosenzweig.
Well, I didn't ask as a record request.
Oh, don't you want the information?
I wanted to know if the witness knew before he provided that representation in response to an information request.
Yeah.
And you don't know, do you, Mr. Boyd?
No, that I know that conversation was proceeding.
Is the statement that was generally made in your response that MIT would provide easements to Eversource at no cost limited only to the MIT proposed routes?
I don't believe so. If Eversource is crossing over any other academic parcel, but I don't believe they are.
So just so I'm clear, if Eversource needed easements, again, not on the MIT proposed routes, but on the Eversource proposed routes, and there was some area that Eversource needed to obtain an easement from MIT, whether it's MIT itself or Metimco, is it your testimony that those easements would be granted by MIT, whoever the appropriate authority is, at no cost to Eversource?
No, I can only speak to what I've been told relative to the academic properties.
Okay, so it may be that certain easements would be not free. They would be at some level of compensation deemed fair between MIT or MIT entities, could be Metimco and Eversource, and not for free. Is that right?
That's right.
And do you have any information on non-monetary terms and what conditions would be likely imposed on those easements?
Do not I assume that's a real estate negotiation?
And you haven't been involved with that?
I've not been involved with that.
Okay.
I will. My understanding is that Eversource will require easements from MIT academic on the Vassar Street thing for temporary use of their properties in some areas, even where they're not permanently locating on MIT's properties. But those discussions are very preliminary.
Have you had any discussions with anybody on the MIT team about an easement that's required on the Volpe property?
No, we're not involved with the Volpe project at all.
Okay. Moving on to a different topic, would you agree that reliability of constructing along one route or another is a proper factor for the siting board to evaluate in comparing alternative routes?
Yes.
And reliability is one of the three basic factors, to the extent you know, that the siting board weighs along with cost and environmental impact. Is that right?
I've seen that, yes.
In the company's materials, do you know what factors it considers in evaluating the reliability of a particular route and making that determination?
The only stated factor was that they were all underground and therefore all reliable.
So your testimony is the company would consider any underground route of equal reliability?
That seemed to be what they were indicating, yes.
You know, if the company considers, well, would it be reasonable for the company to consider the constructability of a particular route in assessing reliability?
Constructability of it? Not necessarily affecting reliability, no.
How about the degree to which a particular route may parallel other infrastructure? Is that an issue that might tie into reliability?
When you take into effect, if it's a heat source, it appears like that it would be.
And for instance, you're routing on Wadsworth Street that involves some form of two duct banks. That would be something that would be reasonable for the company to consider in evaluating the reliability of that design.
Yes.
Starting at page 28.
Similar to similarly to what they've done on Broadway.
And that may be a reason, to the extent you know, why they have a 10-foot separation requirement. Is that right?
Yes, because of the heat generated by the individual transmission lines.
And does your proposed design on Wadsworth Street include that type of separation?
We've proposed a modification to that. Excuse me, separating the duct banks with the flowable material.
I'm sorry, with the what material?
Flowable.
I'm sorry.
Flowable?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Did you provide a particular design on a map with what the separation of those duct banks would be and what the flowable material would be and what its heat dissipation characteristics would be?
I believe that's part of another information request that we are responding to.
You mean a record request that was asked today?
Yes, the record request.
Okay. So to date, you haven't provided that. You're saying you might be providing it in the future. Is that right?
We provided a section that could potentially be used. It was not, it didn't have the detail that was requested this morning.
But that detail is important in determining whether there is a mutual heating effect that could jeopardize the reliability of the transmission line, is it not?
That seemed to be what people were saying, yes.
But, okay, you yourself are not in a position to evaluate whether that's a reasonable consideration, the heat dissipation on design?
Correct.
Okay.
So, Mr. Rosenzweig, if you
yeah.
don't mind, I think we'd like to take a brief break.
Sure.
And come back. Alan, 10?
Sure.
So let's come back at 4:15. Thank you. Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Rosenzweig?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm just going to have a few more questions and then I will be done for this panel. Just to harken back, Mr. Boyd, when I was talking to you about some of the need for an exception from the MBTA directorate, and you mentioned some previous experience you had where those where an exception was granted. I wanted just to confirm with you that none of those situations involved exceptions involving an electric transmission line. There were different types of facilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you were conducting your reliability analysis, this goes back to one of your answers at the earlier point in time in this line of examination, where you concluded in your testimony, and it's on pages 31 and 32 of your direct testimony, that there's no difference in reliability between the company's respective routes and the MIT proposed routes. You were relying on the statement you made that the company considers all underground transmission line routes equal in reliability. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd, Ms. Dennison. Nothing further for this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. Mr. Dutore?
So I was a tad late getting back, so that's it. Is that
I
conclude?
believe that concludes the company's
okay.
questioning of the witnesses.
Oh, great.
Would you like a break and consider redirect?
No, I just have one or two questions that I can proceed with right now, if that's okay.
That's fine with me. Thank you, Mr. Dutore.
And I'm going to direct these questions, at least initially, to Ms. Dennison, and Mr. Boyd, feel free to jump in. Do you recall being asked, either of you, some questions about work that MIT had done in the vicinity of Vassar Street previously?
Yes.
Ms. Dennison, have you been involved in any work on behalf of MIT that involved going through Vassar Street or underneath Vassar Street?
Yes, I was for a previous company to WSP. Yes.
Could you describe the nature of that engagement?
The engagement was to assist with utility enabling and installation to service the MIT.Nano project. We needed to install large chilled water lines and hot water lines across Vassar Street, which is right in front of the CUP.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yep, it was positioned right in front of the CUP. And because of the density of utilities in Vassar Street, the decision was to move forward with an open cut crossing of 50 feet of Vassar Street with large utilities. And that open cut crossing took about a month to accomplish.
So it took a month to cross 50 feet of Vassar Street?
Yes, that would include the installation of the supportive excavation system and then the utility after that point.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Presiding Officer Sharkey.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any follow-up to Mr. Dutore's redirect?
Company does not.
In that case, the MIT witnesses are excused for today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson, I see that Ms. Watkins has joined us, even though we unfortunately did not wrap up nearly as quickly as we had expected. Could you accommodate us by making her available at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, and we'll take her first thing?
Yes, of course. We'd be happy to do that. We would be delighted if we could get her introduced and get her testimony done this afternoon. But we'll do what the siting board directs us to do.
Okay. I'd appreciate it. I think you're probably fresher than we are right now, Ms. Watkins. So I appreciate your enthusiasm to get on, but I'm hoping that Wednesday will be a more focused and perhaps shorter day.
May I ask a question? Is today, will the MIT witnesses be needed on Wednesday? I don't know if this was just for direct as opposed to rebuttal testimony. We want them back for additional questioning on Wednesday.
Well, I'm not quite sure, given the way the rebuttal and the surrebuttal have been running, frankly, in this proceeding, but I'm assuming that people were planning on returning for both rebuttal and surrebuttal. Is that correct? Mr.
That is my
Rosenzweig?
question, really. Yeah.
So just to be clear, what I anticipate Wednesday to be is there'll be examination of the city's witness, Ms. Watkins. There'll be examination of the city of Somerville's witness, Mr. Pulsaway. And then I believe Mr. Torrey will have a shot at the company's witnesses to date on
Rebuttal issues.
Rebuttal issues that have already been examined, if you will, in the context of hearings last week. And then I will do redirect on whatever has, shall I say, accumulated from your examination, the surrebuttal that was filed by your witnesses.
I'm very sorry. Just a moment. The Zoom screen froze for about the last 30 seconds. I have Ms. Sharkey saying rebuttal issues.
I think she excused Ms. Watkins because she's finished testifying. I thought that's what happened, but did you get that on the record? Just kidding, sorry.
So, Mr. Rosenzweig, can you just briefly repeat what you said with regard to your plan moving forward with rebuttal and surrebuttal?
Sure. And so I was suggesting that examination of the city's witness, City of Cambridge's witness, Ms. Watkins, would start the day. And that might be somewhat brief. And then that would be followed with examination of the City of Somerville's witness, Mr. Pulsaway, after Ms. Watkins, and that would be somewhat brief. And then, John, you, on behalf of MIT, conduct cross-examination, to the extent you have it, of the company's witnesses on issues that have accumulated thus far from the hearings. And then we would be in a position, in whether you call it redirect or further rebuttal is sort of semantics from my point, but it's to address any points that come up during your examination, the staff's examination, or the surrebuttal that your witnesses have filed thus far. And then you would have an opportunity to examine them further, if need be. And from there, I'm not sure where it goes, other than I know the staff has a small amount of examination that they have reserved to the company's environmental witnesses that needs to be fit in either later on Wednesday or on Friday. So that's not my plan, but that was my understanding of the sequence of things that were going to occur.
And can I respond?
Sure, go ahead.
Are we on the record?
We are, but would you prefer to go off the record?
No, that's fine. No, on the record's fine. I think that all makes sense, and certainly wouldn't have any objection to Eversource asking whatever questions they wanted to ask. And I think we mentioned this before, to the extent that Eversource is introducing sort of new evidence, new exhibits or new documents or any kind of evidence, we may or may not we may, ask for more time to review them. That's all. I just want to put that out there. Hopefully that won't be necessary, but I don't know what, the nature of the questions that are going to be asked at this point.
Fair point, John, and I'm not anticipating a new written submission or new mapping or anything like that, but there will be new evidence in the sense that they would be potentially examined from questions on either direct form, rebuttal form, redirect form, whatever you want to call it. That would be new evidence, but it'd be responding to issues that have arisen so far in their case and getting their input on those topics.
Right. And not asking for a ruling now, just alerting you to the fact that that's something that, depending on the nature of that, I may or may not request for your consideration.
Well, let me put it this way. I have been somewhat of a broken record, not that people necessarily pay attention to me, but that reminding people that we will schedule additional days if needed to address the record requests responses. And although we have received some, we also have asked quite a few in the course of this proceedings. So it is entirely possible we will end up scheduling a day to address the materials within those record requests. And I'll have a better assessment of that probably by Friday. If we are going to have an additional cleanup day to need to address those, I probably will not, for example, set a briefing schedule until that day.
One other point. I'm sorry. Yeah, and thank you for that, Donna. I just wanted to sort of remind, so this point is known on the record. We have mentioned a couple times that one of our panelists, Ms. Klein, is not available
after November 3rd.
She's out as of November 3rd, yes. So she's not available on November 3rd. And
I understand.
We would want to do anything that involves her on Wednesday, if at all possible. Now, if something comes in later or Mr. Dettori has some motion that has good cause, I'm not trying to prejudge the outcome of that, but every effort I would hope would be made to accommodate us on Ms. Klein's availability.
Certainly. Although I understand if we have one that's specific to her, that we will make every effort. However, I'm assuming that some of her co-workers may be able to address some specific issues in the interim if it comes up.
Fair point.
So is there anything else before we go off the record today?
Nothing for MIT, thank you.
Then I look forward to seeing everyone on Wednesday at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Off the record.